Good morning, good morning. Please take your seat. You just need to bear with me for 2 seconds before listening for more great list of speakers. Just to welcome you in Porto, online and offline. You may have noticed there's a few cameras in the room, but also we are live streamed, so everything will be recorded. The interventions will be recorded. If you ask a question, it will be recorded. So just bear that in mind. Housekeeping rules as well. We have interpretation in Portuguese and English. Channel 1 for Portuguese, Channel 2 for English. You have headset at your disposal at the entrance. Please return them back so that we are good students for the service providers we work with. There's coffee, water, juice at your disposal, but there will be also coffee break throughout the day. And I think this is enough for me because I'm pleased to welcome the President of the Foundation of European Progressive Studies, Nicola Schmidt, on stage. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. So, first, it's a pleasure to welcome you all here in Porto in the name of this very important event which takes its importance from another event 5 years ago, which in my view really brought some changes into the European Union. And and personally, I like speaking about the spirit of Porto. We have the Porto Action Plan. And indeed, what we are doing today is not just celebrating some kind of an anniversary. It's really thinking and promoting this spirit of Porto, which we as Europeans, which the European Union needs more than ever. This Porto Summit 5 years ago was organized thanks to a Portuguese presidency. Thanks to Prime Minister Costa. And I remember very well when I became commissioner, and I knew him because we had been minister, like both of us, dear Secretary General. He asked me to think about organizing this summit in Porto during the Portuguese presidency. And we did it, and it was the success and I would say that some kind of a turning point for social Europe. Now, what we have to know is what is achieved in the European Union should never be considered as something which is definitely achieved. Because what was true and what was strong 5 years ago is not as strong perhaps today. So this is for us as progressives, as social democrats, the mission that finally what we fought for yesterday, we have to fight for today and tomorrow. And that's, I think, the meaning of this meeting. It's not just reflecting about how nice times were and how important the success was during the Porto Summit. It is to reflect how we can maintain the dynamic, how we can strengthen the dynamic. And I must say I'm very, very, very happy that the Vice President of the Commission, Roxana, dear Roxana, you joined us this morning to reflect. And I would say this conference is also the expression of a strong support to your work, to what you are doing, to your mission in the Commission, and I know it might be a not so easy one, to promote and to continue the spirit of Porto. So what is important now is to look at the challenges ahead. And we showed that the European Union is capable of doing great things and to solve great problems. Because I remember when COVID, and Elisa is here, we were both in the Commission, we worked a lot on this issue. When the COVID hit Europe, which was something we were not prepared to, finally we were able to react boldly, strongly, and in a very socially minded way. And if finally we managed to have a recovery coming back soon, it was because there was this strong political will. But it was also because finally we created this solidarity, not only between member states, but also solidarity in our societies to promote recovery, but also, as Joe Biden said, to try to build back better. And I think this is a good lesson and should be a lesson. And when we launched SURE, which was an important instrument to prevent Europe from falling into massive unemployment, we showed that Europe can react rapidly, that you do not need 2 or 3 years to adopt a measure. Finally, we did it in a few weeks. And we mobilized 100 billion just to save jobs, just to save companies, just to support families. And this is the lesson we should draw out of the crisis management we had at that time. So today we are facing crisis, because now crisis is not the exception. Crisis seems to have become the normal state of the world. The normal state Europe has to face all the time. So what guided us was this idea that nobody should be left behind. I remember sometimes I was really tired of hearing this mantra, nobody should be left behind. Today I miss it a bit, I must say. Today, I miss it. We have forgotten a bit to tell the story, nobody should be left behind. And we know that many people, too many people, millions of people, millions of children are left behind. And this is still should be number one on our agenda. Because a society that leaves so many people behind, a society where poverty in rich societies has become some kind of normality, is a permanent danger, not just for the cohesion of the society, but also for our democracy. And that's why, dear Roxana, you have a very difficult task. And the difficult task is, how can we manage to fight, to combat, to reduce poverty? And you have to be sure that our political family, the Social Democrats, we are behind you. And what we ask you is to be as ambitious as possible. We support you in this endeavor, because it's not just because we want poverty to be reduced. We want Europe to be strengthened. And there is no strong Europe without so many people excluded. So inclusion is extremely important. And when we look at polls now, finally they resemble a lot to the polls we had 5 years ago. What are the issues people are worried about? It is about cost of living. It's about housing. It's about their children's future. So there are very concrete issues which finally preoccupied citizens 5 years ago and which have come back or which never finally left the minds of our citizens. So this is the mission that we have to reintroduce into our policies. So we believe that what this Commission has on its agenda, and especially you as its Vice President for Social Affairs, quality jobs, fair mobility, combating poverty, affordable housing, are very important challenges. And they cannot be separated from other important challenges. We are all very much aware that Europe needs to make its economy stronger. There is no debate around that. That we have in some important fields gaps with other parts in the world. That we are trailing behind, maybe in some technological developments. That we are not investing enough in our economic and technological future. We all agree on that. So competitiveness is an issue, an important issue for Europe. But we cannot reduce European policy to just the issue of competitiveness. Or, better said, and this is, by the way, written into the action plan, the Porto Action Plan for the implementation of social rights, competitiveness on one hand, and social fairness, social justice have to go together. So this is an important issue which has to be respected. Now, we know that to be successful as a commissioner, and I experienced that, you cannot be successful alone. You have to build alliances. You have to be able to rely on your colleagues in the Commission. And I must say we had a very good spirit at that time also on these particular issues inside the Commission. You have to have allies in the Council. And without the Portuguese presidency, the socialist Portuguese presidency, we would not have been able to achieve that. And particularly, I think the European Parliament is not yet here. I could rely, the Commission could rely very strongly on the European Parliament. Now, things have changed a bit. Things have become more difficult. But it is important. It is important, especially for us, for progressives, for social democrats, to build these alliances in the institutions and to achieve our goals thanks to these alliances in the institutions. But there is another factor which is key, that's social dialogue and the support of social partners, and mainly of trade unions. I think there would be no Porto spirit, no Porto compromise without social dialogue. And you worked, dear friend, on these issues. You managed to have this compromise, important compromise between social partners. And I think this is an aspect which is neglected. Europe will not be strong by having a very divided social spectrum. So we have to rebuild this basic social dialogue, basic social solidarity. That's the European model. That's the idea Jacques Delors fought for. That, yes, if we need reform, we need to have this reform in a context of social dialogue, of social cooperation. And that's what social democrats also are standing for. And precisely because, and yesterday we had long discussions on the big challenges. We talked a lot about artificial intelligence. And it is clear that talking about artificial intelligence is not a transformation as any other transformation before. It is a disruptive, and even I would say a more than disruptive transformation. With all possibilities, but with a lot of dangers too. And I think it is very important and Maria Joao pointed that very much out, that we as social democrats, we are fighting for a different model for the use of artificial intelligence at all levels, the economic, the social, the cultural, but also the democratic use. And we cannot just give in to the idea of techno-oligarchs coming mainly from the US or from wherever, from China or from Europe. So we have to build a model on an artificial intelligence which is human-oriented. And this is about not regulating for regulation, but establishing rules which at the end permit technology to be at the service of people and not technology dominating people. This is what social democrats, by the way, have always done during our history, which is very much linked to the previous industrial revolutions, to make sure that at the end, technological developments help people and provide prosperity for all. So I think the world of work is at the center. And as FAPS, we have to concentrate a lot on this kind of issues. What will be the work of work today, but especially also for tomorrow? And you, Roxana, you have to deal now with quality jobs, which means also how do we manage the presence of algorithms in the world of work? I worked on the platform, but platform is just one aspect. But what we see is also a platformization of the world of work in many other areas. So we have to make sure that technology at the end helps everybody and keeps our society together and does not divide it. The idea, somebody said it yesterday, I think it was you, Maria Joao, we are not the defenders of an unconditional income for those who have no place in our society. For us, everybody has to have a place in our society. And that's why the distributional effect of technology is so essential. It's so essential. And by the way, Keynes understood that very well when he wrote his letter to his grandchildren. It was the question, who will be the beneficiary of the technological revolution? For the time being, it seems to be those who have now accumulated billions and billions and billions, even beyond all kinds of understanding. So I think there is a fight for us. There is a reflection. There is the need for putting on the table alternatives. And this ideology of now saying, well, progress only comes from deregulation is a myth, is a dangerous myth. So what Europe has to offer, and with others, and I think this is the geopolitical dimension, is now to work on not just cooperation with those who have a similar vision. Yesterday we spoke about Canada. It's not just Canada. There are a lot of countries who aim at the same values and the same approaches. So that's why, thank you very much for coming to this conference, to contributing. We had a very rich debate yesterday, and I hope, and I'm sure we will have interesting debates today. And our common objective is to build this progressive project for Europe, but also project beyond Europe, a project based on solidarity, on Europe's place in this new geopolitical environment, which will be harsh, much harsher, much more difficult, but with the hope that through our values, and here the social model, social solidarity are among the fundamental values of Europe, we can make finally the world again a bit better. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President. Now we are pleased to welcome the Executive Vice President of the Commission, Roxana Menzatu. Thank you so much. You have the floor.
Thank you, Adi Nicolas, for the invitation, for the organization, dear Secretary General, dear colleagues. it is inspirational to be in Porto. As was said here, Porto is part of the emotional, political map of Europe. Because when we speak of social Europe, at least in the past years, we immediately reflect on what was achieved here in Porto. Social Europe, the European social dimension, European social model. We are talking about it a lot in speeches. I think it is a reality. I think our citizens are inside this reality. I think it is also a dream. Social Europe is a dream for many outside of Europe. That's the interesting part. On this planet, on this globe, many look at Europe as, you know, that place where they would prefer to live, to have children, to raise a family, to work. I know that we have, and Nicolas mentioned this, we have a gap in terms of competitiveness, technology, innovation, that many of our startups, you know, start in Europe with great talent that we have here and prefer to maybe list or scale up on other markets. But beyond that, the why of any human being is the quality of life, and Europe is a big part of an answer to this quality of life. And indeed, I think, first of all, we have to, yes, I think celebrate what was achieved because we are in the European Union, where with the contribution of the European Commission, and a lot of that work was done also by you, Nicolas, with the common partnership with the European Parliament and of the Council of that times, you did build and put important bricks in the foundations of this social Europe. And if I'm looking at just what I've seen in the past elections, European elections in 24, how important it was for ordinary people. And I'm not talking about conference rooms, I'm talking about people that are in fact living in our social Europe, that we had a minimum wage directive, that people understood what Europe was doing for every one of the workers, that they understood exactly how Europe acted and what results were generated, an increase in income, an increase in minimum wages, an increased possibility to be able to pay your bills, to send your kid to school. This is the concrete social Europe that I think speaks to people. And all throughout my mandate, since I've started it for 1 year and a half, I have this continuous, of course, we have numerous debates, and I have a position in the college where I always am the one to speak about the social dimension, but I'm always reflecting on this, and I think it's important for all of us to reflect on this. Do we speak to our people, to the people on the streets, in the schools, in the companies, in the villages, in the remote areas of Europe, in the very urban areas of Europe, in poor neighborhoods and in corporate neighborhoods? Do we speak to micro enterprises, workers or owners, and do we speak to farmers? Do we speak to young people, to children that are, navigating transition to adolescence? Do we speak to older people with our social Europe? They do live in a social Europe with a number of rights that were, that became a reality because of our European project, because of the work of the European institutions. But in order to uphold this dream and this reality, because it is both a reality and a dream, we need to be able to speak to our citizens with each action and each initiative that we had. And on minimum wage, adequate minimum wage directive, I think we struck the right button. It was one of the, and it is one of the strongest policies that translates the work that we do in Brussels, in Strasbourg, in all the capitals, to a large number of our workers and of our people that were affected many times and are affected by in-work poverty, that work but still cannot pay their expenditures at the end of the month. So with this, I think the spirit of Porto is a bit the umbrella, and then the spirit of the minimum wage directive is what guides me, delivering policies that keep the social Europe alive and keep it relevant and present in the minds and hearts of Europeans. Europeans that are, of course, in 2026, they're not different than the ones in 2017, we are celebrating the anniversary of the European Pillar of Social Rights, the 10-year anniversary next year. Are we different from 10 years ago in many senses? No, we are not. But yes, we are, because Nicola mentioned here the many shocks that we are crossing, from geopolitics, beyond pandemic, beyond the war of aggression of Russia in Ukraine. We are looking at multiple shocks. What has happened in the Strait of Hormuz is affecting millions of jobs in Europe. Increased energy prices reflect in jobs. Everything reflects in jobs. Everything reflects in the level of the bills. Everything reflects in the affordability and the cost of life for every European. So are Europeans equipped, empowered, protected in a way that they can navigate all these crises that are now part of our reality, this polycrisis? I think the work is still ahead of us. And this is the main question to which we are answering together. How do we equip, empower, protect our Europeans so that social Europe continues to be a reality for each and every one of them? And I totally agree that while we are now indeed in a stage where we are doing everything so that our economy is being much more competitive and productive, that we need to understand that without a social Europe, there is no competitive Europe. And at least when we are talking about the project of the European Union, which is not a country, which is a unique project in the history of humanity and has proven so much in terms of prosperity and security, that we need to fight for social Europe like we fight for our lives, because it is a fight for the life of the EU. Because no matter how much we would imagine that it's out of fear for security, that it's out of a drive for shared prosperity, and this is part of being together in the EU, we need to also understand that people aspire to be part of the EU because of the European dream of a better life, of protected rights, of more equality, because I will never say that the fight for equality is finished. And this is what everyone reacts to. And this is important, and this is existential. But what do we do in the current Commission? I'm here also to share with you my work. What do we do in the current Commission to deliver on these important questions and expectations and challenges? We are looking, of course, at the pillar as our social compass, as our social shield. I think this is important, and we need to see it in this way. But we have the Porto targets that tell us that things are not moving in the speed and with the strength that we need to, so that we can empower and protect our citizens. On skills, and it is important to look at how people are trained to really be able to navigate the transformation in their job places, we are lagging behind. We have launched our Union of Skills, and one important tool I invite you to reflect upon, because I want to scale it, I work very hardly on it, is the skills guarantee for workers. We look at automotive. We look at so many industries where, because of automation, electrification, geopolitics, tariffs, onshoring, offshoring, moving value chains, workers need to retrain so that they keep their job in the same company, in the same industry, many times in similar industries. The skills guarantee for workers is an important part of this response, that every worker needs to have access to a quality job according to the training that they have, so they can contribute but also be empowered. Then on the quality of jobs, and this is central to my mandate. Quality jobs roadmap that we presented last December indicated a bit the road ahead, that we are looking at the fact that we still have 8% of our workers facing in-work poverty, that we still have deaths due to health and safety problems and fatal accidents, that algorithms that now replace humans in managing teams can create, a different type of landscape in the workplace, and that we need to address the human centricity dimension of labor. That we still have in some sectors, and I've seen them myself, and as a Romanian, I didn't need to see them as a commissioner because I simply know them, in sectors such as construction, such as agriculture, such as transport, workers that are simply used for cheap labor, abused, whose rights are not respected, whose minimum wage is not paid, whose social security is not covered. And this happens many times, unfortunately, in the situation of very long subcontracting chains where there is no real liability. So all these topics that I've mentioned are part of a quality or lack of quality of employment. And it's important that through the pillar and through the Porto targets, we measure employment in terms of quantity, but we need to switch to measuring also quality. Of course, in the Quality Jobs Act, which is now debated between social partners, which are not very close in their positions, but we are planning to address some of the answers that we need, some of the protections that we need to offer our workers on the topics that I've mentioned. But we are reflecting, and I think it's also your role to support us in the idea of having a target on quality of jobs, because quantity is important and quality is equally important. Looking at poverty, we have high ambitions. First, by 2030, to take 15 million people out of poverty, 5 million children out of poverty. We've deployed tools with European Social Fund Plus. Inside the cohesion policy, Commissioner Ferreira knows very well how this worked with the child guarantee. We want to eradicate poverty and help member states eradicate poverty by 2050. So ambitious, so ambitious. The answer is step by step. It's the first anti-poverty strategy that we've just launched on the 6th of May. And it's not a perfect strategy, I know. And we've worked with many of you to deliver a number of good initiatives, but it's a good beginning. And let's rely on this good beginning, because we put anti-poverty at the center of the political agenda of the EU. We asked governments in our member states to really coordinate work on the anti-poverty efforts from the center of their government, not just to put it in one ministry and forget about it, because fighting poverty is a whole of society, whole of government effort. And it should never be, just on the one side of this political spectrum. It is the biggest vulnerability and threat to our democracies, not just to our economies. It is about our rights and our dignity, but it is the biggest vulnerability to our democracies and to the social fiber and strength of our nations and of our European project. And so there's so many reasons why we need to work together on fighting poverty from all fronts, I would say. You will see that, and I think this is quite essential, our work on fighting poverty at European level looks at poverty that is caused by income, but also other dimensions: energy-related poverty, transport-related, health-related poverty, lack of access to care, lack of access to quality services. And for all of this, we came with a number of tools. I will mention one. I do believe that for a large number of our Europeans, I think tens of millions even, that are very far away from labor market, we need to offer better services and better interventions so that we offer them possibility to access quality employment. That's why in July we will also launch a consultation on a potential legal initiative on the activation of persons that are very far away from the labor market, that have not worked for many years, whether it's people with disabilities, whether it's parents with children that don't have access to childcare, whether there are people from migrant backgrounds that simply need different type of personalized intervention so that they get access to quality jobs. So it is a concrete intervention that I want to mention to you. Now, in July, I want you to know that we are coming out with a communication on the pillar. And with this, I want to a bit give you my look ahead on what do we do with our social compass, with our social shield, almost 10 years after it was launched, 5 years after the Porto targets. I mean, in speeches, as I've said, everyone acknowledges how important social Europe and the European social model is, and that it is part of our competitive advantage in the world. But we are in a world, and you took all my lines, Nicola. We are in a world that is about to be massively disrupted by something that we call a technology, that we call a tool, that is artificial intelligence, generative AI, super intelligence. Steps are being taken that is advancing in a speed and a direction that are clearly unlike anything that we have seen, no matter how much we want to compare with other technologies. And so we need to reflect and also what we do at level of a commission. We want to come up with tools so that we are able to proactively address potential transformations in the workplace, in education, in the classroom, in culture, in sociological transformations, in the value of work, in the value of humanity. Because human centricity is not in the pillar. We have 20 principles in a pillar. Do we need a 21st that says human-centric, people first? We might. I do not know. I do not have the answer. But questions need to be asked. I think we need also a global conversation about humanity and artificial intelligence and about human centricity, about the speed of developing new innovative technologies, the domains in which we use, and there are amazing opportunities that technologies offer, from healthcare to security, to space exploration, to mobility. But we also need to decide to what extent do we want to compete human intelligence, to what extent do we look at the value, at the dignity of life, the value of work, at how we define human-centric in a context where we develop technologies that are actually able to perform tasks that humans perform. It is a totally novel world, and social rights in this novel world need to continue to be upheld. And the pillar needs to stand. And we need to reflect on that. And looking at the future of the pillar for the next decade, it's also important that we reflect that inequalities that still persist in our societies between men and women, between different categories. We still need to reflect on labor shortages. We still need to reflect at affordability and the cost of living, and how well the pillar is able to respond to all of these challenges. I wouldn't go into many more of my other initiatives. I do ask you also to look at something that is more technical, but is more powerful than we might imagine, is the European semester, which is traditionally a tool that pushes into fiscal and economic politics, but it is also about social convergence. And we've just introduced a new dimension of human capital that will clearly show what skills are needed for the world of AI, how to anticipate transformations in the world of work, how to train better people. And this is something that we will be able to tell prime ministers, ministers of finance, bringing them into the social dimension of our European policies and not staying, separated in silos. I'm a believer in teamwork. I'm a centered person. Of course, I come from the socialist family, a Romanian, as I've said, but I'm a big believer of a teamwork. And I do believe that the challenges that humanity and Europe is confronted with in this moment require a team effort that is able to incorporate the best of many worlds. And while I totally think that agility and strong economies are essential, there cannot be a full response without a strong social Europe, without dignified Europeans. And so together, I think we need to be able to match these two dimensions and to make our policies speak to the people and to make our policies relatable and easily understandable by each and every citizen in Europe, whether they're in East or here in the West Europe, North or South or the center of our continent. Many thanks. I will be happy to join you for the rest of the day to hear your contributions, observations, criticisms. It was and it is an inspiration to be with you today.
Thank you so much, Vice President, for this invitation to dream, first and foremost. Now this is my pleasure to welcome on stage the Secretary General do Partido Socialista of Portugal, José Luís Carneiro. Muito obrigado.
Good morning. Welcome to Porto, this beautiful village. An European village, an European city. Welcome. And I want to congratulate our president, Nicolas Schmidt. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to have you here. We worked together when Vieira da Silva was Minister of Work to give an opportunity to Portuguese workers in Luxembourg and integrate the Portuguese language in the capacitation of their skills. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to have you here. Vice President Roxana Minsato, thank you very much for your words. And let me talk with you in our Portuguese language, our language of Camões. Thank you very much.
5 years ago, this city became the symbol of a European ambition, an ambition that united partners, European institutions, civil society, and different and various governments around a common commitment to place people at the very center of recuperation and of Europe. Porto reminded us that Europe means more than a market. Europe is, above all, a community of values. From its very origins, if we look at its very constitutional act, we see that they contain the words of harmonious development. That means balanced development between people and economy. That was exactly why, from the very beginning, from the very creation of the community of coal and steel, we managed to bring together the workers of those sectors that were more specifically and more harshly affected. That was how, in the 1960s, there was a model of protection of European workers to face the risks of European competitiveness and to counter the creative destruction that was being created. Likewise, when we created the European Development Fund in order to integrate the workers in face of the transformation of industrial bases of England. So either we are a social Europe, or we will not fulfill the aim of our founders. We have to be grounded on social justice. This is the place where we defined the goals for 2030. More employment, a better qualified work, less poverty. These goals are still today our compass to create a stronger and more cohesive Europe. There is a lot to be done. And if there is a lot to be done, there has to be something that has to involve us all, the children living in poverty. In Portugal, we're talking about over 300,000 living in poverty. This means we're talking about over 300,000 families, young families, that are waiting for an opportunity. When I arrived here, I saw this dear friend to whom we owe quite a lot, Fernanda Rodrigues and Steve Stowen, who worked in the priority intervention in the 1990s when Antonio Guterres was Prime Minister, and when we launched a national program to fight against poverty and inequality, as many of many who are here have participated. Today, we're faced with a different reality. But this reality also has specific requirements and specific demands, which are not necessarily new, but we still have to face. We have war at the European doors. We have technological disruption and the challenges of the digital transition and AI. Climate transition, demographic decline, the need for Europe to face this fundamental challenge that is to open up our doors in a regulated manner and ensure the integration of citizens who come for us and looking for a life with hope. And we also see that there are more inequalities, that populism is increasing. The extreme right is taking advantage of this and plays on these sort of pouches of poverty because reality does not respond to such needs. We have to be clear. Competitiveness without social cohesion is not a solution that will be alongside with the values and European principles. If Europe loses its social soul, it will also lose its identity. That is why the Portuguese Socialist Party considers that social Europe is not a secondary issue. On the contrary, it is essential for our society. European development has to go hand in hand with the most fragile population, vulnerable, and the workers. Of course, investing in safety and defense is very important, and it needs to respond to development of technological basis at the European level, taking stance in terms of Europe. But this cannot replace the importance of social justice and territorial cohesion. Let me underscore again the following. When in 1986 the European Single Act set forth a preparatory guideline for the forward-coming Maastricht Treaty and subsequently the adoption of a European policy for social cohesion to fight against asymmetries, this was a major leap forward to develop European regions in a model that strengthened the Commission and a model which proved, in spite of its fragilities, proved how important it is to diagnose, to identify, and at the same time monitor the results. At the same time as we were building the capacity of different agents at the social, private, and the public sector in order to respond to the needs of social and territorial cohesion. When I participate in sessions like this, I always recall Jacques Delors, who reminds in his memoirs the period between 1992 and 1993, and how at the time he had to discuss very harshly with Margaret Thatcher, and how he managed to win that debate by showing that it was fundamental to ensure that there was to be a support plan for the Mediterranean areas, namely for Portugal, for the adaptation of Portuguese industry, and then a step ahead in terms of cohesion. When he was talking about stimulating competitiveness, cooperation that strengthens, and solidarity that unites us, this statement should also be the guidelines for the options that we take in Europe in today. The strategies now will have to strengthen the way we look at cohesion policies and regional development. Portugal and what we lived together during the pandemic enables us to draw an important lesson. Experience shows that economic and social progress are not contradictory objectives. On the contrary, they strengthen one another. During the last decade, Portugal has shown, and let me tell you, until 2024, Portugal showed that you can reconcile budget responsibility and social cohesion. We increased jobs. We valued salaries and pensions. We've invested in education, qualification, and skills, and created more opportunities for younger generations. And we managed to do so preserving the confidence in institutions and social cohesion. But we also learned something at European level. We had gone through the financial crisis, and we know only too well how much it cost. Those that still think and remind us about the financial assistance to Portugal, Greece, and Italy, and could have also happened to Spain, usually they tend to forget that this was a financial tsunami that washed down several economies and many countries that were exposed to international commerce, trade, and the international finance world. So it would be very hard to survive with that. At that time, I was in the Committee of Regions, and I was called and to be told the following: we don't know whether tomorrow the financial European system will resist to this major financial crisis, which devastated the United States and risks to devastate Europe. So we cannot take things out of context, because, as many are trying to do regarding what happened back then. But let us keep in mind that back then, Europe did not have the tools to respond in a solidary manner to what was going on. Fortunately, during the pandemic, tools like SURE very clearly showed how European solidarity provides very solid and concrete results. That enabled in Europe and in Portugal, it enabled to protect companies, to protect jobs, and to protect income and protect families in the harshest and most difficult moments, maybe the most difficult times that people could have memory of. And we all were very worried on how Europe could respond to this crisis. It was European solidarity that helped respond to the pandemic and to recover employment and social development. The lesson is simple. When people feel protected, they also are sort of more open to embrace change. When workers have rights, economies get stronger. When growth is shared, democracies become more resilient. This is our progressive vision. And that is exactly why we are here today in this session. We are going to vote against a proposal that is taking away the protection from workers and make young people, women and families and the weakest more fragile from the social standpoint. Because once again, we are very clearly stating these values. This is the vision that we want to defend in Europe and looking into the future. Europe needs a new social ambition. This is exactly what was conveyed to us. The social pillars was a conquest and is a conquest. However, its actual materialization is still uneven, and we have to fight against that. Too many Europeans are still living in poverty. Too many workers are still unsafe in terms of the market, that the labor market that is changing very swiftly. We are talking about the accumulation of wealth by many in different sectors and economic groups. too many youths are faced with difficulties in order to become autonomous in their lives. For many Europeans, a job is no longer a synonym of independence. And security became something that way too common, and so no one can be left behind. And that is why we defend a European agenda that will have practical results and that affect directly people's lives. We have to invest more in qualifying people and lifelong learning. I just visited a number of technical and vocational training schools. Over 100,000 youths attend those schools, and we are still 140,000 students. We are not working or studying, and we have to find solutions to help these people find a perspective for their lives. We need a European vision to respond to these youths with permanent training or professional reconversion. I actually found in different schools young people that had already had a degree and are reconverting their skills both academically and professionally. What AI brings us and thinking of people has to lead us to create a European plan to develop skills so that people do not feel unsafe in this world that is already here at our door and that will entail a lot of changes. We have to continue working for fair salaries, good and high-quality public services. Let's keep in mind that the exit of brains that was being discussed already a few years ago in Europe, but we have to keep in mind that it also affects Europe. I was Secretary of State for Portuguese economies, communities abroad. And I met people in Australia, Canada, the United States. I've always found Portuguese people. Those countries are those that are like diamonds that attract professionals like those I saw there, simply because they couldn't find a solution in the employment structure of their countries. And so this is a challenge, the transformation of economic basis and the incorporation of value, a better articulation with universities. I recall that back in 2007, 2008, we were talking about smart growth, sustainable growth, inclusive growth. But then there was no financing tool, a long-lasting tool to finance such projects. The approach is correct, but we have to get those concepts into the policies in a long-lasting manner. Approaches in Europe has to be approached with some determination. And a social instrument is not a cost. It is a competitiveness factor and sustainability. Europe has to be a promise that is materialized. Europe has to continue to be a promise that it materializes the principle that it pays to work. An idea that each generation can lead a better life than the previous generation. The European socialists have this strong commitment, and with the spring reports and assessments, and even during the crisis in 2013, when the assessment about or on European confidence, European citizens' confidence showed probably the lowest level of confidence in institutions. But even in those harsh times, the Portuguese felt a part of Europe and considered that it was fundamental for their lives and for their future. And we, as socialists, had our share of responsibility in that. And we are still integrated in this ambition, a common ambition, a joint ambition. We believe that European integration and social justice have to go hand in hand. We believe that solidarity is not an obstacle to prosperity. It is, on the contrary, the very basis, the very pillar, the very path of prosperity. We do believe that the best answer to uncertainty is not less Europe. It is a stronger and fairer and social Europe. Let us then renew in Porto, the city that was the parting line of Henry the Navigator, and he was at the very onset of experiments that led to the navigation from Portugal throughout the world. Let us then renew the spirit that inspired us 5 years ago. Let us be the Europe that materializes, that makes the difference for people. Because social Europe is not only our goal, it is, in fact, our common responsibility. Our common responsibility and shared responsibility. We are going through times that require courage. Europe was mobilized after the war, after the pandemic. So the same courage that inspired the Porto Summit has to go forward, because Europe will only be stronger when each and every single citizen feels a European citizen in his and her capacity to participate as a European citizen, to participate as the recipient of such choices. Not only in good times, or not only in prosperity times, but also and above all in uncertainty times and harsh times. Social Europe is our common objective, our most important shared object. Thank you very much for your work, and all the best for your future work. Thank you.
Muito obrigado, Secretary General, for this passionate speech. Now I'm pleased to welcome Ludovic Wout, the Confederal Secretary of the European Trade Union Confederation. Merci beaucoup. Ludovic, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, dear friends. So 5 years for the trade. I'm happy to be there on behalf of the European Trade Union Confederation. We would like to go directly to the point. 5 years after Porto, we should ask ourselves honestly what happened to the Porto spirit, and that's what was already brought in the discussion. So in 2021, we had the Porto Action Plan, we had the European Pillar of Social Rights, which reflected a broad consensus that Europe's competitiveness depended on investing in people, quality jobs, and social cohesion. So it was really a vision of competitiveness, of long-term competitiveness. Today, we see that this consensus is clearly fading. Competitiveness is increasingly presented as a race to deregulate, to cut public spending, and to weaken the very social foundations that make Europe resilient. I've just returned from Madrid, where yesterday we had a rally where 11,000 workers came together with a simple message, that enough is enough of workers being left aside in the European Council discussions of today and yesterday. Enough about hearing about competitiveness, simplification, and deregulation, while millions of workers, working people struggle to pay their rent, to pay their energy bills, and to live decently from their work. And we need, I think, to be honest among ourselves. Today, the political choices that dominate the European agenda are increasingly incompatible with workers' aspiration. The prevailing vision of competitiveness is based on the assumption that Europe suffers from too many rules, too many protections, with constant calls for deregulation and simplification, which in practice often means weakening labor, environmental, and social standards. At the same time, we see austerity in important countries returning through the implementation of the new fiscal rules. And I think here have also to be frank, it's that if member states are forced to cut public spending, if social protection systems are put under permanent pressure, if social investment is postponed or cancelled, then delivering on the 20 principles of the European Pillar of Social Rights becomes almost impossible. How can we guarantee adequate unemployment benefits, affordable housing, quality healthcare, and decent pensions under these conditions? How can we finance the transitions that Europe deeply needed? Over the past years, trade unions have fought hard with you all for important progress. In particular with you, Nicolas, we achieved together the Minimum Wage Directive, the Platform Work Directive, and the Pay Transparency Directive. Important achievements that were the result of long negotiations, mobilization, and political battles. But today we face a major strategic challenge, is that the implementation of this directive is weak, sometimes almost non-existent. And meanwhile, workers continue to experience the consequence of the existing crisis. Housing costs soaring, energy prices are remaining high, wages often failing to keep pace with the cost of living. And when workers do not see the concrete improvement in their daily life, their confidence in our collective ability to deliver the change that they need starts to erode. So European legislation really matters enormously. Trade unions believe in that. But legislative victories also alone are too fragile if they are not accompanied with rapid and visible improvements in people's living conditions. This is why I think we would like to bring the dimension also of the need to reconnect the social agenda with the economic agenda. We agree with Mario Draghi's diagnosis that Europe needs investment, and more investments. But what we do not completely agree is that Europe's problem would be a real lack of competitiveness. The problem is not that Europe is an unattractive place to invest. The problem is that for decades we have seen and have accepted an economic model in which an increasing share of corporate profit was extracted by financial markets instead of being reinvested directly in the productive activities. Next week, we will publish first result of a study that we did with the team of Mariana Mazzucato on the social cost of capital. The findings are striking. In 2000, out of every 100 euro of profit generated by the 300 largest non-financial companies in Europe, 31 euro out of 100 went to dividends and share buybacks. Today, this figure has risen to 69 euro. So at the same time, the share devoted to productive investments declined from 18 euro to 7 euro. So profits have increased, dividends have exploded, but the investment in the productive capacity, in innovation, in modernization of these industries, in the R&D and in the investment of the workers of these industries has declined. So part of the European industrial difficulties lies precisely here. If we want a stronger European industry, we cannot continue to tolerate a model where companies generate record profit while investing less and less in Europe and more outside of Europe. And there is, I think, here an irony we should not ignore. Many of these companies that today complain the loudest about over-regulation, about excessive standards and Europe's loss of technological leadership are the very same company that have distributed record dividends and spent billions on share buybacks over the last 2 decades. So Europe did not lose ground because workers had too many rights or because there was too many environmental protection. Europe lost ground because too many companies behave like rentiers rather than industrial investors. We need mechanisms and incentives that encourage companies to reinvest this profit in production, in workers, and in all European regions. And this brings me to my final point. If we want to rebuild workers' confidence in Europe, in the European project, we need to reconnect social policy with the world of work. We need a demand-side agenda. For trade unions, demand-side economics means something very simple. What workers cannot afford to buy, companies will not be able to produce while maintaining decent wages and quality jobs. So if families cannot afford to renovate their homes, to buy heat pumps or electric vehicles, then Europe will never succeed in decarbonizing its economy and sustaining its industrial base. Today, studies we've done show also that 90% of households cannot afford to install a heat pump with their own income. The cost of renovation and installing of heat pumps represents more than an entire year salary for more than 90% of the population. If you add electric vehicle to that, it's even, of course, more than 2 years of income that you have to invest in the green transition. So this is under the fiscal constraint that we have. Without public support, this is impossible for the huge majority of families. And this is why decarbonization must become a concrete social project. This is why we need to, people need to see how we lower their energy bills, how to have better public transport, and the millions of quality jobs that are needed to deliver these priorities. Because in order to meet the social and the labor challenge, we need to reconnect them. We need to have the policies in place to help the poorest and the huge millions of Europeans that are in difficulty, but we need also the quality jobs that goes hand in hand with that to deliver these policies. Only by this, the green transition can become a project for those who cannot yet afford it. It has to become a project for everyone. This means ensuring that companies reinvest in their profits, that public finance supports households and workers, and that European industrial policy is linked with strong social conditionalities and collective bargaining. So if we want the European Pillar of Social Rights to remain relevant when it turns 10 in 2027, we must move beyond principle and provide the means to make this reality. So this means we urgently need, Roxana, to have the Quality Jobs Act. This is clearly needed. We also need to fight to reconnect the social and economic files for a strong Made in Europe approach with the Industrial Accelerator Act, a strategy that produces in Europe, invests in Europe, and creates quality jobs in Europe. Not a race to the bottom, not a subsidy race without conditions, not an industrial strategy based on cheap labor or weakened social and environmental standards, but a strategy that recognizes that social progress and industrial renewal are not competing objectives. These are, for us, two sides of the same coins. This was the message that was carried yesterday by 11,000 workers in Madrid, and that's the message we think we should carry together today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ludovic, for bringing the voice of the workers to this discussion. Now, the final message before we move on with our program comes directly from the President of the Party of European Socialists via video, because he was busy with the European Council, Stefan Löfven, former Prime Minister of Sweden, as a message for all of us. Thank you.
Dear friends, it's a pleasure to join you. Thank you to FEPS and all the partners involved for organizing this timely event. Driven by our political family, we first proclaimed the European Pillar of Social Rights in Gothenburg in 2017, precisely because the conservative agenda was leaving the social agenda behind. We put it back on the European agenda. With Gothenburg, where I had the privilege to set out the key principles of a social Europe for the first time, as then Prime Minister of Sweden, with Antonio Costa, who is the architect of the Porto Social Summit, with Nicolas Schmidt, who made sure these objectives become concrete European policy, with Roxana Minzato, who is fighting to strengthen the social dimension today, with José Luis Caneiro and all our other leaders who resist the return of austerity and social regress, with trade unions and ETUC that I would also like to congratulate for a successful protest for quality jobs, social justice and peace in Madrid yesterday. Dear friends, A truly social Europe will only happen thanks to the work of our political family and partners. This is needed more than ever in current times of rising costs of living and inequality, more than ever in a context of a conservative majority that is open to cooperate with the far right against environmental policies and democratic values. We unfortunately see more precarity at work and people struggling to make ends meet because of low wages. And on top, we increasingly see neoliberal narratives and initiatives promoting an agenda of deregulation that risks harming workers and women's rights. So we must be clear that social rights and competitiveness are not in conflict. This anniversary is a reminder that we need ambitious legislation to empower people and workers, and trade unions and collective bargaining will always have our strong support. We need a Quality Jobs Act that pays, protects, and empowers people. A Europe that champions women's rights. A Housing Act that enables people to pay their rent. A Europe that supports young people. We have shown before that progress is possible when we stand together. So let's join efforts and keep up our principles, fight, and hope.
Thanks so much, President. So now we're going to move on with our program, and I'm going to invite my dear colleague João Albuquerque to moderate the session on the social dimension on sovereignty. So please stay with us. You can still take a slight refreshment if you want, but the discussion promises to be very interesting. Thank you so much for all the speakers of the opening session. João, I'll leave it to you.
Will they put the mics themselves? Yes. So, good morning, everyone. We will continue with our program. Thank you very much for all the speakers that came before and for the inspiring words. We will kick off a session on the social dimension of European sovereignty. I would like to welcome on stage the Secretary General of FEPS and also former Commissioner. We have a full house of commissioners and former commissioners of social rights, Laszlo Andor. Thank you very much, Laszlo.
Thank you very much. Dear friends, colleagues, it has been fascinating to listen to the introductory speeches, which provided the political framing of the conference. Now I would like to present to you the essential points of a study which we authored with a younger colleague of mine, Robin Huguenon-Noël, under the title European Sovereignty and the Social Dimension. And it's really a great pleasure that friends and colleagues thought that indeed this should be a critical point of the discussion today. Why? Because since the original Porto summit 5 years ago, one major change happened. Because of wars, because of the global disruption, everything today is now geopoliticized. And everything needs to be interpreted in this geopolitical framing. And for some people, the geopolitics is an excuse to sideline other questions like social policy or environmental policy. We believe that the opposite should be the case. The geopolitical developments provide a new context, a new perspective to social policy, but contrary to the stereotypes, indeed we would need to make this connection much stronger. In the paper which we published first in English, but now on the FEPS website, you also find a Portuguese language translation. We present 3 core arguments to support the link between European sovereignty, on the other hand, and the EU social dimension. First, we believe that European sovereignty is fundamentally about defining and defending Europe's own model, which is based on our values, rules, and distinct sources of political legitimacy and social cohesion. And the point number two, to be strong outside, Europe also needs to be solid inside by building the EU capacity to weather crises, whether these are wars of aggression or economic warfare or economic shocks, financial disruption. This needs to be responded with resilience and without sacrificing the core values. And point number three, we believe that the true sovereignty demands a democratic political control over market power. The EU must reaffirm its regulatory tradition of supporting and preserving high-quality social services in face of predatory firms. A lot of people now, also in the recent days, spoke through the lens of securitization when it comes to migration, the migration of people. For some, it's a kind of obsession. And there is a lot of xenophobia coming through this debate occasionally. But when it comes to a legitimate part of this debate, we have to apply the legitimate part of it also to the migration of companies. What companies and under what conditions can operate in our single market, we have to be able to determine these conditions and set and enforce the rules. Now, the next point which we elaborate on this paper is the transatlantic comparison when it comes to the social model and the social outcomes. There is now indeed a new debate as a result of the transatlantic crisis about the American and the European social models. Not only the economic performance is now assessed through the context of geopolitics, but also the social one, about inequality, social rights, crisis response, capacities, and so on and so forth. Now, on most accounts, I think we should proudly say that Europe comes out very well in comparison with the United States. There are some well-known aspects and there are some less well-known aspects of this. I think it is very well known that European life expectancy is longer, European health performance is better, out of much less resources. So the profit burden on the health sector in the United States is enormous and delivers much less. Europeans live longer, despite the Americans having much more sunshine. Maybe you don't often think about this this way, but the sunshine and the life expectancy are somewhat connected. In Europe, the country with the most sunshine has the longest life expectancy, but somehow our American friends fail to capitalize on this enormous asset. But if you look at other indicators, including poverty, Europe is doing better, and we could continue with further indicators, for example, workplace fatalities. Workplace fatality, proportionately speaking, is almost twice as much in the United States as in the European Union countries. Very importantly, Europe performs much better in terms of gender equality, in general terms, but also when it comes to the labor market. The female employment rate in the EU is close to 71%, while in the United States is 57%. And I think it's well known that the United States never enacted the right to paid maternity leave. Where, on the other hand, the US is doing better is that in the United States of America, there is a strong federal fiscal policy with the function of economic but also social stabilization. Effective transfers between the member states are taken for granted, and everybody knows that the system could not function in any other way. A federal unemployment insurance has existed since 1935, the Social Security Act of Franklin Roosevelt. So what the EU can, and in my view should learn from the United States, is the ability to back up the welfare state by a genuine federal economic firepower. When it comes to the indicators, of course, the point is not just to sit on our laurels, knowing that we do better than the United States. The European Union has developed a capacity, and I would say a tradition, to set the ambition higher and higher. Ever since the Lisbon strategy of 2000, Europe 2020 strategy 2010 and the Porto Action Plan 2021, there has been a regular rendezvous with the numerical objectives to improve economic, employment, but also social outcomes. As it has already been quoted by previous speakers, the Porto Action Plan aimed at the reduction of at least 15 million people in the number of those at risk of poverty or social exclusion. And there is an ambition to raise the employment rate up to 78%. If the question is what progress is being made, I think we can say that on employment, the progress is relatively good, and there is a good chance to reach the target. On poverty, the question remains open. What else can be done? What needs to be mobilized in order to ensure that the dynamics improve, and by the end of the decade, we can arrive where the decision makers in Porto wanted to see the improvements. It's also a tradition not only to set targets, but also to add new tools. If the available tools are not sufficient to deliver on the targets, it's always possible to invent new tools to add something to the arsenal. An example, again, already mentioned, the EU action to protect adequate minimum wages is indeed a new development. Previously, this topic was excluded from the competencies of the European Union, but we can rest assured that this enjoys the support of the Europeans. This chart is about the public support for EU engagement in wage setting, and it shows that only about 25% on the right side, which is opposed to the EU involvement in wage setting, and it cannot be just the Danish. First of all, because this comes from the Eurozone, and Danish only represent 1% of the European population. But the big majority, one way or another, does support the EU taking care of wage dynamic and expects to be a part of the solution rather than a part of the problem in this field. When the EU Minimum Wage Directive was created, I think we can call it a kind of golden age of European social policy, with a number of further additions to the toolkit. The SURE instrument was created against the COVID-19 recession. The Youth Guarantee was reinforced. A similar initiative was born to support children. The European Social Fund became an ESF Plus, and the Commission provided further support to develop and boost the social economy sector. So there's a lot of progress which has been made, and indeed the question is where it is leading to. In the recent years, there was a lot of talk about the European Social Union. In these years, I think this discussion is a little bit more part of the academia, not so much in the policy community. But you must have heard it from distinguished thinkers and policymakers like Frank van den Broeke, Colin Crouch, Maurizio Ferreira, that if we continue reinforcing the EU social policy, then we will be able to use this expression, social union. In the last 15 years, we heard about the banking union, occasionally a fiscal union, energy union, security union, all different types of unions. So the question obviously is there, why not a social union? This chart is coming from a younger researcher, Ilaria Maselli, who was indeed explaining the evolution of the EU social dimension from the left side, where everything was just national competence, the middle stage, when the EU started to play a significant coordinating role and set minimum standards, and a possible area of arrival when the EU provides material support and guarantees. The concept of the guarantee is a critical one. We heard about the proposal for skills guarantee, and indeed the European Union basically providing safety nets to the national safety nets. is the logic which we would need to apply here. And in that case, we can, of course, speak about a social union as well. Our conclusions are summed up in a proposal of a few priorities. If we would like to make this connection between the geopolitical argument and the further development of social policy, and just like the previous speaker from the trade union was emphasizing, social policy cannot be separated from economics. The EU should not treat social policy as a distinct field, but rather drive the economy with a social compass. The world economic changes underlie this strongly, and this is not an entirely new idea. When it was understood that globalization in the 1990s had a lot of disruptive effects, also in the labor markets and the structures of industry, the EU response was to invent the Globalization Adjustment Fund. I think it was coming from indeed a good analysis, but now with the global rupture, the transatlantic crisis, a lot of economic warfare, sanctions, 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 of course, the scale of the disruption is much greater than in the 1990s. Sometimes there is a lot of volatility. Just look at the last spring period. So the stabilization capacity on the social side would indeed need to be somehow restored, reinvented. If we want to deliver on the long-term objectives outlined in Porto 5 years ago, I believe we can only succeed if indeed the economic policy path is corrected, but also connected better with the social objectives. Indeed, the problem is that when it comes to the economic policy, the incumbent EU leadership has failed to articulate a vision of a desirable future and opted instead what we call a Draghi light agenda, taking the side of the Draghi report, which is about the deregulation and simplification, but not making progress on the very important part of the Draghi report, which is building a common fiscal capacity to support investment and innovation. What Europe needs instead is a new socio-economic steering agenda. That's what we are arguing for, in order to promote the social democratic objectives as a core element of the sovereignty ambition. A strategically autonomous Europe requires not only re-industrialization, but also re-socialization. So in our roadmap for Porto, the key points you can see on the right side, building the EU borrowing capacity, which until now only was an option in emergency situation. But also without the emergency, this would need to be strongly considered. Connecting the economic steering with the social rights, also for the strategic use of public procurement, rooted in high social and environmental standards, which has a lot of potential, restoring the support to public services at local and regional levels, which requires an empowerment of these regional and local actors, and repositioning the social targets at the heart of the European integration agenda and not just to the margins. All this is also connected with the reduction of European dependencies on the US. We often highlight the European dependency in defense, finance, digital services, and now also energy. But I think there is also a problem of the mental dependency, that there is a lot of inferiority complex when it comes to the economic performance, when it comes to other aspects of life, but the European integration cannot be built from an inferiority complex. Europe needs to appreciate its own assets, its own capacities, its own potential. And if we become better integrated in all aspects, the EU can remain a major industrial and regulatory power anchored in highly educated and skilled population, rooted in market economies that provide a foundation for long-term investment and growth. All this will need EU policy to also include stronger collective fiscal capacity and uphold the regulatory autonomy. By developing the social pillar of the sovereignty agenda, the Union would show that European citizens, it cares not only about the external power, but also the everyday concerns of the citizens and put the legitimacy of the integration into a new foundation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Laszlo. I would invite you to sit and join us for the panel. And coming from a sunshine state and with being blessed by a sunshine exceptional day in Porto, I hope this reinvigorates our debate. I would also welcome on stage Elisa Ferreira. I think she dismisses several a long introduction, but I still would like to mention that she served as the European Commissioner for Cohesion and Reforms from 2019 to 2024, where she oversaw the EU cohesion funds and the Just Transition Fund with a particular focus on supporting regions most affected by the digital and green transitions. Before that, she also represented Portugal on the Single Supervisory Mechanisms Supervisory Board at the European Central Bank and served as Vice Governor of Banco de Portugal, of the Portuguese Central Bank. I will not go further into your resume, otherwise we will not have enough time. And joining us online, we have Monica Vidal, who is a Senior Built Environment Campaigner at Climate Action Network. And prior to joining Can Europe, Monica worked for the Spanish NGO ECODES, advocating for ambitious policies to decarbonize Spain's building sector while also working to lift millions of people out of energy. She also served as a board member of the European Environmental Bureau between 2017 and 2020. So without further ado, I would like to just set the scene and then, of course, give the stage to the speakers with the reason why we are here. But I would like to mention that we have heard a lot of references to Jacques Delors, and I remember particularly the former Commissioner Nicolas Schmit in his final speech in the Parliament mentioning that Europe will be social or it will not be. But I would like also to refer to another quote from Jacques Delors that I think could help us guide the discussion and could perhaps influence how we think about social policies. And he mentioned, how can we ever build Europe if young people do not see it as a collective project and a vision for their own future? And the panel that we have today is on the social dimension on European sovereignty. And I think we have all been discussing a lot on the topics of sovereignty, strategic autonomy in Europe. And paradoxically, social dimension, or at least the social application of the social policies, still remain widely under national national sovereignty, while at the same time, it is an area of heavy interference for macroeconomical, and I would add sometimes ideological purposes. At the same time, social dimension is, I believe, and I think we have heard this extensively today and also yesterday, the social dimension is really what makes the EU truly unique. I often say that Europe is the only continent that still believes that the world is Eurocentric, but Europe is no longer the economic, military, and to some extent diplomatic power that it used to be, but it still is a social world power. And the social dimension still remains one of its biggest assets, if not the biggest. So hindering the social dimension could be Europe's shooting itself in the foot. Dear Elisa, as a former European Commissioner for Cohesion and Reforms, what role do you see for cohesion policy and the overall objective of economic, territorial, and social cohesion in contributing to European sovereignty?
Well, thank you very much. First of all, thank you for this meeting. I think Europe needs this political force that is, for me, obvious. We need to work together, and I'm very glad to be here and to celebrate what needs really a celebration, because the world is becoming too complex, too dangerous. It's perceived by the citizens as something, a big machine where no one is controlling, and this creates a sense of artificial attachment to whoever comes in and says, I save you, I have a solution for you, and we never find what kind of solution they are talking about. So populism is growing, and I think fear, instability, lack of control on your own life is the ground on which populism works and grows. So no country is immune, even Portugal, that for a long time seemed to be outside this kind of influence, now is capable of refusing or rejecting the presence of these forces. And I think Europe is also seen internationally, and a lot of speakers before have mentioned this. Europe is still seen from the outside world as the place where you would like to live. Roxana in particular mentioned this. People who look at us as the materialization of an utopia of having growth, economic growth, personal freedom, political freedom, and so I think this is the reason why so many international forces are now putting their target on destroying Europe. Destroying from outside, destroying from inside, and it has become a crime to want to belong to this European project. The European project, however, is not an economic project, it is a political project. It is the intelligent European response to the most dramatic and violent destruction and war that Europe had ever had. And it is this political area that I think needs to be put again in the center of our agenda, because it is the economy that is more visible, but it is the economy that was chosen to make sure that the mechanisms of the market and the mechanisms of the budget and all this would keep us politically together. But we have got to deliver politically. We have got to deliver a good quality of life and good capacity of, we have got to create a space. I would kind of put it, and Nicolas Schmidt, sorry, Nico, he was mentioning that we leave no one behind. I think this is at the core of the agenda. But to the other side of it, look at each of the citizens that now lives in Europe, and from their shoes, let's see how each citizen perceives if there is a place for him or her in Europe, or if the system doesn't have a place for him. Because this is what creates the sense of rejection. And if the system doesn't have a place for me, I hate the system. I want to destroy it. I don't care. So this kind of feeling is being felt by too many people now. So when we talk about social rights, we also have to put them together with the economic capacity for you to grow with your knowledge, your assets, your human assets. And this is what also Ludovic was saying, that the social and the economy have got to be together. But I would add that the economy and the geography where things occur also has to be together. And what I see now is this over-reliance on the text by Mario Draghi, which I think is very interesting. It comes together with the text by Enrico Letta. Enrico Letta was wise enough to make a reference to the places that are left behind and to the right to stay. And I think we need also to force a new assessment of the recommendations of Draghi that I think has very nice, is a very bright, a very intelligent European, but I think we need to reinterpret this recommendation, taking into account how the different areas of Europe are going to be able and to have the means to be part of this competitive agenda that I agree we have got to develop. But even yesterday we could understand that if we don't put a political filter in the agenda, we may end up with an over-concentration of funds and opportunities in the already developed areas of Europe, with the rest of the territories being actually and practically left behind. And the kind of proposal that I see now for the future of the MFF doesn't create any sense of comfort to me. Because if you leave behind where things happen in the territory, there is no way you can solve the social agenda without looking at what are the opportunities you are offering to the different territories. So I would put again things upside down, and I would say that we have got to create the conditions for every territory in Europe being able, that means all the people that are there, being able to contribute to the overall welfare of Europe. If we don't do this now, Europe as a political project doesn't matter what the economy does, because it will fragment, it will be destroyed, and will be playing the role of those that are the enemies of Europe and that are afraid of our capacity to deliver a dream, an utopia, but something that has created stability in Europe during, 8 years. So this is a moment to celebrate, of course, celebrate what we have done 5 years ago. Also, it is a moment to celebrate, or last year, to celebrate 80 years after the end of the Second World War, and to celebrate the intelligence of the fathers of Europe to make a proposal after the war that is not I win, you lose. It is, okay, let's settle, let's sit together, let's organize ourselves, and let's create a new framework and a new model. And probably Europe has the capacity also to suggest something internationally of this kind, bearing in mind and taking into account that the values, the criteria, the partners, the actors are not the same as they were in 1945. They are different, but nevertheless, the core values of our agenda, human beings, are still and have got to remain at the center of our agenda, and human beings deserve that the Social Democrats come forward and make very sound and clear proposals that include a new approach to our old but still absolutely relevant and vital values.
Thank you very much, Elisa. Monica, I hope you can hear us and everything is well with the connection. Elisa mentioned several of the challenges that we have, namely in terms of the national inequalities and imbalances and regional imbalances that still persist in Europe. You work on climate issues and environmental issues. I think there is a dimension also on the environmental part and the sustainability part where these inequalities are also very visible. My question to you would be, defining the social dimension of European sovereignty cannot be understood without sustainability and environmental protection in mind. How do you bridge these two?
I hope you can hear me. Can you hear me? Okay, perfect. Thank you very much for having me here, and also for having the opportunity also to represent the climate movement also in the room and in this debate, representing Can Europe, Climate Action Network Europe. And for answering your question, Joao, I think let me share with you a visit that we made last week as part of the Build Better Lives campaign that we coordinate at Can Europe. In this, I will be very brief, but we went to Orcasitas. It's a neighborhood in the south of Madrid, working class neighborhood, buildings from the 50s, late 50s, 60s, and we met Manuela Navarro, one of the residents. In winter, the maximum temperature she could reach in her apartment with the heating on was 15 degrees. And in summer, her home became a heat trap, worsening health conditions, and she was already managing. Of course, this situation is not something new for you and for people also in Portugal, in Spain, but also it's not exceptional and it's replicated across Europe in millions of homes. disproportionately affecting working class and low-income communities, disproportionately affecting older residents and among people who have the least part in creating the climate crisis and bear the heavy cost of it. But also Orcasitas is an example and can show us the way through. In 8 years, 90 buildings blocks were fully renovated. Heating bills fell by 80% and CO2 emissions dropped by 58%. They were like very big blocks with 10 floors each, so more than 2,000 families benefits from this. So that's for me and for Can Euro, that is where the social dimension of European sovereignty and the environmental protection stop being two separate conversations and become only one. European sovereignty means people have real control over their lives, their homes, their bills, their health, and their future. And we cannot deliver that while remaining dependent on fossil fuels that drive up prices and warm the planet. We cannot deliver it through a green transition either that leaves people behind. We need to put people at the center. So for us, for answer your question, climate justice is the bridge. And it means the green transition must be designed to reach the people who need it most first, not eventually, not as a residential benefit, but as explicit goal. And buildings renovation, rooftop solars, passive cooling, clean energy, they are not just decarbonization tools, but also can be instruments for resilience and for dignity.
Thank you. Elisa, we are in a moment where we have been having strong discussions about strategic autonomy, and those discussions several times delve around the idea of rearmament and defense spending and how much we need to invest on this, and I think this is something that we can all agree, but at the same time, there have been some voices that have defended that this could be done at the expense of some of the cohesion funds and of some of the cohesion policies that Europe has been having for several decades, and which I believe are part of the core of the European identity and the European project. With this expectation that there is a possibility for cohesion policy to be diluted in national and regional partnership plans in the next MFF, in the next multi-annual financial framework, do you think that there is a possibility that this will hinder social progress in Europe? How do you see this possibility?
Well, I think it's, I mean, whatever you do with the public policies, European public policies in Europe, you need to bear in mind what are your targets. And for a long time, and I praise you for having recalled the basic argument of Jacques Delors, because, and the Secretary General was referring to it, as we increase competition among countries or among regions, you need to reinforce the capacity to compete. And this worked for a long time and was not questioned inside Europe as the two sides of the same coin. So if you want to have public policies that bring forward the value added of the whole, you have got to keep in your mind the contribution of the different pieces and the different regions for this objective, for this target. Somehow, in recent years, this has been lost. And there is a certain imbalance between the need to be competitive and the need to guarantee that there is a place for everybody. And the second line is disguised, because when you say, okay, now I give up asking the regions of Europe to build their own long-term strategy and to finance this long-term strategy with some support so that each of them can interpret the objective of being more modern, more technological, more AI, more whatever, but each region has got to be able to find its own way to make its contribution. If we lose this as in our political agenda, we end up with all the investment that really matters for the future in terms of AI, in terms of high technology, in terms of biotechnology. And yesterday with Andrés Rodrigues Pozo saw it very well, that there are certain areas in Europe that have already this capacity. So concentrating now all our investment into trying to foster these already developed areas without caring about the other areas around is absolutely dramatic for the future of Europe, because the expectation on spillovers doesn't work like that. The spillovers go, yes, they can exist if there are public policies that guarantee spillovers. But if the public policies don't guarantee that a project of top quality of horizon has an extra support, if it connects, if it creates a network, if it brings in other universities from other parts of Europe, if each university is not supported in terms of bringing in all the economy that is around it, and if the instruments, if the public policies do not take these aspects into account, then we are bound to have massive fragmentation across Europe, with people moving. They were voting with their feet. They are, particularly in Southern Europe, the big cities are suffering from very strong diseconomies of agglomeration, and the quality of life around the big cities is absolutely dramatic. People cannot afford, with low payments, to pay the cost of living in these big areas, housing, transports, education, and so they end up being against the system because frustration is immense. And on the other hand, you have in the inside or outside these big centers, you have areas that feel absolutely forgotten by everybody and where you don't find a future for yourself. So you stagnate, you educate your children, then your children have got to go away because they cannot find a job. So if we don't think about a multipolar kind of development in Europe, and if we don't have the public policies fine-tuned in order to deliver these results, we end up with the big metropolis where everybody has a terrible quality of life, and this creates a lot of frustration and a lot of incapacity to have a future, because you cannot afford the cost of living of these agglomerations with the wages that are paid. So I think you need to be intelligent, and cohesion has got to stay there, but also we have got to fine-tune the policy in order to give appropriate answers to the different situations. If I can, I know that I should stop, but I visited all the countries in Europe when I was a commissioner, and also when we interpret these European agendas that are very correct, like environment and all that, there are countries in Europe where we still have to build roads. Forget about not building roads. I mean, in Bulgaria, in Romania, there are lots of countries, the inside of some countries, you still need to invest in roads, because otherwise you cannot function economically. But in other countries that already have the basic infrastructures reasonably done, we have got to be flexible enough to move into sophisticated infrastructures of technological nature and laboratories and all that. This does mean that in Romania you only do roads. We have got to do roads and you have got to do technology. You have got to do both things. But you have got to adapt to the coal areas, if you look at the transition in the coal areas, you need to support this transition. That's what we did with the Just Transition Fund. If we have a crisis, and Nico and myself, we were reprogramming on top of SURE, we're reprogramming the cohesion fund and the social fund in order to respond to the need of the COVID and to support the economy, prolonging the impact of SURE. And we did about 10% or 13% of reprogramming of our funds to answer this. So we need to be flexible, but to recognize that a rural area in the mountain needs a different agenda from an industrial area in transition, or from an area that has to adapt from carbon engine motor industry into electric industry. So we have got to be able to adapt, and this requires a lot of preparation from the bottom up and a lot of attention to the preparation and help to civil servants. I'm sorry to say this, I was for a long time a civil servant, and I think we are asking the public administration to do everything. Now they do environment, now they do gender balance, now they have got to do artificial intelligence, and they are always the same. They don't have any vision for the progress of their career, and so we need to address very seriously in Europe the quality of the civil servants and the quality of governance, including the regional level, to have a scale when we prepare an agenda.
Thank you very much. I think you touched upon two important points. One is that we have seen enough of the lack of efficiency of spillover effects. We saw that also in the financial crisis, but also I think it's important sometimes to reshape the debate on regional imbalances, because we often see it from the perspective of the peripheral countries such as Portugal. We are used to have these debates, but it's also to focus on the impacts that it can have on the more developed countries and how it can also affect them. So I think you put it very well. Monica, for your final intervention, I would ask, how do you see the connection between the implementation of the European Pillar of Social Rights and the work that you do at the Climate Action Network and your strong advocacy agenda, particularly in a time where the sustainability issues and the environmental agenda that was put forward in the previous in von der Leyen 1, let's put it like that, is now sometimes being dismissed or at least threatened to a large extent by some forces in Europe?
For your question. We are all facing that in just 4 years, Europe is contending with another energy crisis, and brought on by our dependency also on fossil fuels. So, but also at the same time, Europe is the fastest warming continent on Earth, with record-breaking temperatures years after years. I'm joining from Spain, where we are reaching 37 degrees today. And so I think these are not two separate crises. No, they share a root cause, and they fall hardest on the same people. So as electricity prices remain high and households living in poor quality homes are particularly exposed, many Europeans cannot afford to cool their homes in summer, cannot afford to heat them in winter. So the trend also of summer energy poverty is rising sharply, and it will continue to do so unless we act. And this is precisely where can Europe's advocacy connect with the European Pillar of Social Rights, because the social pillar of social rights talks about to guarantee access to essential services, including energy and home, and that's a right to energy. Also means nothing if your home cannot hold heat in January or keep you safe enough for the 40 degrees heat wave as we are experiencing in Spain this week. So what we push, do we push for? In the short term, of course, we need to reduce electricity taxes. We need to protect people and citizens. But in the medium term, also what we need is like the full implementation of the Energy Performance Buildings Directive and the national renovation plans that center vulnerable households first, not as an afterthought. But also in the long term, what we need is a clear gas exit strategy. Also, that needs to be part of the Europe's energy security framework. And also, what we need is ambitious efficiency and renewable targets that need to be included also in the upcoming revision of the governance regulation. Because until we address these root cause, so fossil fuel dependency, we are just managing the symptoms, but not solving the problem. And the people paying the price of the delay are always the same. Those with the less capacity to absorb the shock in the worst quality homes in the most exposed communities. So climate justice cannot be just a closing paragraph in a policy document. It has to be there, as a starting point.
We are running short of time, but I will still give you one last minute, 30 seconds to 1 minute, very brief for your final comments to conclude this panel. Also asking for the understanding of the audience, because we will not have much time for questions, but there will be time for mingling and networking outside, so you can pose the questions afterwards. So Elisa, one minute.
Okay, I would say that if it is true that there is an opportunity in each crisis, I would say that this crisis has shaken up Europe, but we moved away from this past philosophy that the United States would look after our defense policy, China would look after our industrial policy, and this kind of comfort zone. But waking up and reorganizing ourselves, we have got to make sure that we keep united, which requires conditions to be united economically and politically, but also that the European Union is still the big trader in the world. So there are some areas and some sectors that have been completely globalized. And we need another kind of philosophy and agreement. And Europe may have an important role in that context. Of course, touching upon, and just for example, it's impossible to manage alone trade, to manage alone or in isolation the financial sector, to manage alone and in isolation health, to manage defense, to manage AI, to manage environment. So Europe probably is the right actor to reestablish all these years after a new framework with new partners. Of course, now it's not just the United States and Europe. It has to include, of course, China. It has to include the BRICS. But probably Europe has an international role, and the emptiness that we are facing should probably suggest that we speak with António Guterres and ask him what the vision of a future international order can be, and what role Europe can play in that context, because we need it. And hopefully before we all start a global fight, we don't need to go back to what happened in the Second World War before we re-establish the new framework. It lasted, but it doesn't last forever.
Muito obrigado. Thank you very much. Monica, the same to you. Just 30 seconds, 1 minute.
So maybe I can focus that the example that I brought today to the discussion from Madrid didn't happen by accident either. So it happened because people, residents organized, and also because public investment was made available. But what we need also, we have in Europe, we have the framework, we have the EPBD, we have the social climate funds, we have the pillar social rights And so what we need is like, the question is whenever the ambition matches the urgency, and yeah, whatever the most exposed households are centered in the implementation. So at San Euro, we believe that the green transition only succeeds if it's built with people.
Comment, if you want.
If I'm heard, yes, I think a lot of people say that Europe's greatest asset is the single market, which probably is true if we appreciate that through a well-functioning single market, Europe also exports a lot of regulation and also demonstrates its own values to the rest of the world. But in order to have this single market well functioning, I think it's important to understand that it doesn't mean laissez-faire. The single market means that we collectively regulate and ensure that somebody also takes care of the aggregate demand, somebody also takes care of the distribution of the opportunities across regions. There's one element which has been frequently discussed in the last 2 years after the Letta report, the so-called right to stay. But people don't give enough thought to what is the right to stay. It also means that prosperity has to be experienced in all different corners of the European Union, so that people want to stay also in countries and regions which have been lagging behind. So without that, we cannot speak about a genuine single market based on the European values.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much to everyone that stayed with us for this panel. We will continue very shortly, and I will hand it over to François. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Joao. Thank you, Elisa Ferreira, Monica Vidal, and Laszlo Andor. You have so much to take right now, a lot to feed ourselves with. You can keep feeding yourself with pastries and coffee, but we're going to move on straight with the program, even though, out of respect to the organizing team, the interpreters, but also the speakers. But you will have a long networking lunch still. Now, I'm going to give the floor to the colleague from Solidar, Carlos Roldan, who's going to be your moderator for the session on building an agenda with the people. Stick with us, grab a coffee, and keep engaging. Thank you so much, Carlos. The floor is yours.
Hello? Yes. And since all of us need a coffee, I understand this. So let's gonna start in, let's say, 3-4 minutes. This way you are not in a rush. You can have your coffee and we can start with energy the next discussions. It's okay for you? Yes? Okay, so here we are. So good morning or almost good afternoon. And I really hope that this small coffee break gave us a bit of energy and for this next conversation. And my name is Carlos Roldan, and I am the Social Policy Coordinator of Solidar. I'd like first to thank FEPS and the rest of the organizers to invite us to join the organization of this important event. So, and of course, I would like to thank you to be here and to join us. Today, I'm going to be the moderator of this panel, which is called, as you can see, Building on an Agenda with the People. and that is clear. That was also mentioned before with the people. So let me start with something very simple, but very political. And we are in Porto, we know that. 5 years after the approval and the presentation and publication of the action plan of the European Pillar of Social Rights. We know that. And yet, we have already discussed about it. Where is social Europe heading? No? Because we see, as we have discussed, little by little in all the European debates, everything is framed around to be competitive, productivity, strategic autonomy, and security. And while those debates matter, the risk is that social rights are being pushed into the background, treated as costs rather than as foundations of democracy and cohesion. And this is exactly why this panel matters. If we want a real Porto 2.0, we cannot design it only in institutions or experts groups, experts spaces. We need to build it with workers, with migrants, with civil society, with grassroots movements, with the people who live the consequences of these policies every day. So the guiding question for this session is, how do we build a European social agenda with the people and not only for them? So we will start, I'm going to explain you how it's going to be this session. We will start with a keynote by Marta Iglesias, who is member of Solidar's board and director of strategy at MPDL. After that, I will invite our two panelists, Sofia Heistecker from the Austrian Trade Union GPA and the European Economic and Social Committee, and Erika Costa from Casa do Brasil de Lisboa. We will then have an exchange, some questions, and then we will open the floor, okay? And we will finalize with some reflections. So I'm going to move then to the first point of this agenda that I shared with you, and it is the introduction and presentation of our keynote, Marta Iglesias. So Marta Iglesias, who is? She is the director of strategy and advocacy at Movement for Peace, or Movimiento por la Paz in Spanish, MPDL, a Spanish civil society organization working on peace, human rights, migration, inclusion, and social justice. MPDL is also a member of Solidar. And within our organization, as I said before, Marta is member of the board. So, Marta, we invite you to help us frame how a European social agenda can be built from the ground up. Why participation is important, is key, as well as how it's important to know for the progressive movements what's going on and to have a self-awareness on what we have done. So the floor is yours, Marta.
Thank you so much, Carlos. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. It's nice to be here. It's an honor and a pleasure. Maybe just a small words about Solidar, because I don't know if you all are aware of what Solidar is. Solidar is a Brussels-based network of progressive organizations, trade unions, civil society organizations, NGOs, associations that stands for social justice, just transition, and civic space. So, and it's a pleasure for me to be here today, 5 years after the Social Summit, Porto Social Summit, because I think we have a big challenge nowadays, but also we have a big opportunity. That's my feeling. The context is not making it as easy the way, it's not making as easy the work, but I think we have a lot in our backpack to go through the path. And I think this is one of the most important things. And maybe also to share with you and to reflect that maybe it's very, very important. The agenda, we were listening yesterday that we need a new model, we need to build a new agenda due to the context we have, but as much as important is the agenda and the content we have in the agenda as how we get there. And maybe I will try to stop a bit more on the how in this small intervention. And maybe just to highlight, because from our perspective, it's true that in the social pillar, the European social pillar, we have done the homework. We have had good results and good proposals with the social pillar of social rights, the European pillar of social rights. We had a big narrative. We have had a big framework, also with the action plan. We have in targets, we have defined a narrative, and we have created a big political momentum with those tools we have. But now the context has challenged us. And it's saying, you did a very good homework, you did a very good work, but now how we use that to the moment we are having? How can we use it in the best way to really face and remind that people should be at the center of the political decisions? Maybe I will stop a bit here, because it's true that, as we have seen, the narrative has changed. We had human rights, social rights, as a big of consensus of that was important. It's true that the things we have achieved were not easy at that moment. We have to recognize that. But it was a feeling that those things really had the support of the people and were there. But now maybe this is not the feeling we have now. And we are seeing this competitiveness, this strategic autonomy, these defense and security issues and narratives that going around, that what we see is that they are going in the opposite direction as we pretended to go. And maybe here it's important to see what's behind these words. Competitiveness for who? For the benefit of who? Security for who and at what price? And mainly, what kind of security? Okay, because maybe there we have some keys that can help us to reshape and rethink what we should be proposing, and mainly how we should be proposing that. Yeah, and also maybe because it's important, because when we have these challenges nowadays, it's also important to see who is taking benefit of these proposals and who is behind these proposals. Because of course, we are seeing that people are not at the center of the decisions, but we are seeing who is taking care of and taking advantage of these decisions. And when we talk about security, we have a whole big amount of companies that are taking profit of the conflicts we are having now. And for example, just a small example, when we talk about security, in the case of Spain, if we look back, of course, we feel the threat of certain things or certain conflicts that can affect the European field, the European territory. But if we see the reality of what are the security threats that we have lived in the last years, things that really affected or cost lives in terms of life, security, this means, we can talk about the COVID pandemic, we can talk about the floods we had in Valencia, we can talk about the blackout. This means things that have really happened. And in that sense, the concept of security we are listening is not really helping to go through these challenges and to face these threats. Because these threats really require environmental policies, social policies, and other kind of proposals that are not aligned with the ones we are listening with these security and defense approaches. But the problem is maybe that when we are talking about a social agenda, we are trying to promote an agenda of humanization, maybe in a world where the trend is not really humanization. We are maybe seeing how the politics, but not the politics, but the threats is being how we should deshumanize. And this is our challenge. We are promoting a humanity agenda when the trend is going in the other way around, the trend, sorry. But maybe this is also the opportunity. And maybe we should understand better why we are having this kind of policies and this dehumanized threat. And it's a deshumanized trend, maybe not a reality, but more a trend. And this is very important because when we are seeing some of the figures, for example, again, sorry, I'm coming from Spain, so I have this more in mind. But when we are coming from Spain, and we analyze the figures of how young people are voting far right and why are they doing that, the answer and the studies we have seen is that they are increasing the vote to far right, but it's not because they really believe or align with the proposals they make. It's something that's there because it's spreadly done for others, but also because they feel like it's like an anti-system thing. And that's very interesting and very curious, because this means that they feel like they need to go against. And actually in the last regional elections we have, in Spain like a month ago, I think, one of the left extreme left parties that appear, then suddenly stole the votes from the far right, because they got unconnected with this feeling against the system. And this is something I think we have to think about, because this means, and this takes us to the how we build the proposals and how we build the agenda. Let me stop a bit in maybe trying to analyze from our perspective and why this is happening, because of course we are having political forces that are moving this competitiveness and these strategic autonomy proposals, maybe dissociated by the social ones, which they shouldn't be, but it's how they are proposing them. And when we see these forces there, it's because they have votes behind. This is important. And they have a majority of votes pushing for those proposals, again, maybe not aligned with them, but they are, they are gaining the confidence. And what's behind these votes? As we have mentioned, maybe not a real commitment to the proposals, but a real commitment with the feeling and the response to the feeling that they are offering. In one hand, it's true that they have real needs. We have housing problems, we have been mentioning all today, we have inequalities, we have access, problems to access to jobs, maybe the quality of the jobs. We have so many things. There are healthcare, so many things that are real needs. This is for sure. But it's true that from the progressive movement, we have found good proposals for that for a long time. But what's going on? Beyond that, of course, these needs that exist, we find the feeling that the system will not provide them what they need, will not cover those needs. The feeling, because maybe it's true, I have the need and the system is not providing it, but I'm also finding there the confidence or the lack of confidence that the actual system or the politicians that are there are not providing them, are not giving these people the answers they need, okay? And why is that? Why are we increasing the lack? And I'm sure you have heard about the, oh, politicians are all the same, politics doesn't respond to our needs. So at the end, what we are doing there and we are seeing there, we are also deshumanizing the politics. We are deshumanizing the proposals we are making. And I think and we are also deshumanizing the system as a whole. And maybe the last thing in this analysis, and to get up to the conclusions and proposals, among these needs, deshumanizing the system, and lack of confidence on the system, we also are seeing a lack of confidence on the collectivity, because individualism has been promoted and is being achieved. I mean, individuals, most social media and other kind of things, we are losing the connections. And that's why actually the strategy of these big companies or the far right that are really proposing this and taking the gain of this situation are really good in the strategy. No? So once you have all this and then you have individualism there, the people really don't think and are not confident that they can change the things and they can also be part of the solution. And if they participate, things can change. So with all these three things, and we include the fear issue and the fear topic, we have a complicated situation to tackle. This is why I think it's so important the how we build the agenda. Because on the how we build the agenda, and here are the proposals from our side, in one thing I think we should humanize what we are proposing. We have very good proposals. We are talking about health, we have so many figures. It's important to have figures, but we also need to humanize the narrative and remind that when we are talking about this kind of figures and this kind of policies, we are talking about people like us and the people like the ones that have the needs that should be, and the rights that should be guaranteed. But then in the how, it's very important to see how we build these proposals. We have good proposals, we have seen, and we have the framework, we have the pillar. We need to prioritize and adapt them to the context. But how we prioritize them, and there we have the key for us, is just how to guarantee that we build these proposals with the people. And maybe this means participation, and participation is not just something easy to do. It's not just having one conversation or checking the list, that I have just consulted a group of people or a group of associations. Means changing the way how we build policies. Mean active listening. Peoples and citizens should feel, we need to feel that we are being listened, because once we are part of the proposals, we are committed to them and we push for them together. So how we build the proposals and how we guarantee this structural dialogue and social dialogue with everyone involved and affected is very, very, very important. And also, how can we defend and protect civil society organizations? Because now they are also targeted by this kind of far-right and policies, and actually because they connect people. That's another of the things. So it's important also to defend civil society organizations and propose and protect these two, because those things, participation and defending civil society, are at the base of democracy. And we cannot build a social pillar for Europe if we don't reinforce our democracy. It's something we have to do while we walk on the way. And maybe just two more things, three, sorry. One, of course, is not just the proposals, and this has been mentioned during the different panels, also yesterday. When we are talking about building social policies, we need to put them aligned with the other policies. And because people need to see that we have consistent proposals. We cannot be proposing to go forward in the social pillar if we don't make the same and put the people on the center in the social pillar, but then when we go to economic proposals, then people is not in the center anymore, or with environmental ones. So we need to move and build with policy coherence for sustainable development approach these kind of of policies, sorry, and how the environmental policies should go hand by hand with the social ones and economic. I will not go further there because we have listened in the previous panel certain proposals in that. But that's very important because coherence is at the base of confidence and trust of people. That's what we need to really move forward the social pillar agenda. And finally, maybe two more things. Budget, of course, and the MFF is a big challenge because there we will see how these policies will be supported. Love in politics is shown with budget, and this is important. And finally, alliances. We need to do it together. I mean, to look forward and to see with who do we want to really push, because we will not make it alone. Social pillar of the European social pillar will not just be something pushed for a small group of people. We need to really involve people to push it and to move it forward as a collective way. And maybe, as we have also mentioned before, not just in Europe. We have other allies all over the world that would be really keen to support and to move together this, not just for Europe, but also for the world social agenda. And this is something we can also do and keep in our minds. Maybe just to conclude, because it's true that if we go back to history, when we have social progress, is because this is the result of a collective effort and a collective power. So it's important to go back to see how can we and who should be seated in this table for this collective effort to move forward social pillar of Europe. Thank you so much.
So thanks a lot, Marta. You can sit down. Thank you. Thanks a lot for this powerful framing. Like you have mentioned, like very important things, and then the key aspect it is like people should be at the center. The participation of people is essential. We need to humanize the policies. We need to humanize the consultations. We need to humanize the way of building like these policies. And something also key that also mentioned before in the previous panels, it is we need money for this. If we want to implement the Pillar of Social Rights with all the principles, we need money. Otherwise, it's just like words. It doesn't mean anything. Okay. So saying that, I'm gonna now move on to the next point of the agenda, and let me then invite our two speakers to the stage. Sofia, clap, 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 come on, and Erica Acosta. So if you want to, you have there also your microphones, if you wanna be like a super pop star. Or I can also share with you the mic if you don't feel that comfortable, but maybe this way it is better. Okay. So while they are doing that, let me introduce briefly both of them. So I'm going to start with you, Sofia. Sofia Hajseka is a member of the European Economic and Social Committee in the Workers' Group and head of European and International Affairs at GPA, one of Austria's largest trade unions. She works on labor rights, collective bargaining, digitalization, climate transition, and social protection at European level. And now, next to me, Erika Costa is a Brazilian lawyer registered with the Portuguese Bar Association, specialized in immigration law and fundamental rights. And she's also a project manager at Casa do Brasil de Lisboa, a member of Solidar. She works directly with migrant communities on access to rights, integration, and justice. So as you can see, you have two perspectives that are key if you want to talk about a Europe built with the people. So I'm going to start now, as such, the conversation, and I'm going to start with you, Sofia. And you represent GPA, one, as I said before, one of the largest trade unions in Austria. But you have also another hat, and this other hat is a representative also of the European Economic Social Committee, where the social dimension of EU policy is debated from, let's say, a more structural, institutional perspective. So this is also great because you can integrate both of things. We see that many workers today are facing rising of cost of living, job insecurity, digitalization pressures, and the green transition. So my first question is, what are the expectations for your members when it comes to advancing social rights at EU level? And how do you actually mobilize workers around a European social agenda when Europe often feels distant from the daily reality?
If not so, then I will switch to the hand mic. It's fine, yeah. You know, the reason why we should never rely on technology alone, but okay. Well, my trade union is actually representing white-collar workers in Austria. So when we speak about technological change, we are on the forefront. So look at the finance sector, but also in manufacturing, there are different aspects. So speaking from the workers' perspective, of course, AI, digitalization, these are topics that are very high on the agenda and create a lot of concerns for, well, over a decade now, actually, in different ways. So this is something that I could pick up from the discussion so far, which generates different fields of concerns. And here trying to be the framework, bringing the framework from the local perspective to the European perspective, because when a worker has a problem, they don't really say, we need a European solution, or we need a solution via collective bargaining or on regional level. They don't really know which is the respective level of power to answer to these concerns, but they have a concern. And we somehow have to translate these concerns to the right level, or maybe try to find a solution on different levels. And collective bargaining is something that we can do as trade unions, but we need a framework, a legal framework on a national or on the European level as well. And looking at digitalization, we see that work is getting more and more intense. Typical trade union position would be, well, we need to reduce working time. We have new technologies, everything is faster and easier, so we can reduce working hours, at the same time keep a competitive salary. So this could be one of the solutions. But then our members come back to us and say, well, please give us a moment. Actually, with all of these new intensified ways, our work is getting more and more. And I can't even imagine working less hours, because if I would be working the normal working hours, this would be an achievement already. So I can see as a trade unionist that my action to these problems needs to be on different levels. Of course, we need to fight for better collective bargaining and working hours, but at the same time, I need a framework on European level accompanying this. And AI at work, we need to have some certain standards that apply in different European countries where workers can rely on. So this is just one example, and I think we can find a lot of other examples under ecological transition where jobs might be concerned or people might lose jobs, where we as trade unions can't simply say, okay, this is a European problem or this is a problem that the government needs to solve, but where we have to be actively involved on different levels. And I think this is the challenge we sometimes have, that we don't have the easy answer. So coming back to you, it's not the easy answer to say in a populistic way, okay, it's the politicians to blame, but that we have to find different angles and different levels to actually solve the problems that people have.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. I will get back to you later, but now I'm gonna turn to you, Erica. Let's gonna just try if you can talk. Anyways, like we will use the mic technologies.
Let me see here.
AI. Okay, so.
Hello? Yeah, no.
Oh, no, this one's working fantastic. Okay, so Casa do Brasil, as I said before, works with migrant communities, fighting for equal rights, integration, and civic participation. But often, in European debates, migrants are spoken about rather than spoken with, and framed through borders, deportation, or labor needs rather than rights and participation. So my question for you, Erica, it is, since you work at that level, you also prepare the Social Rights Monitor, which is a tool that we develop within Solidar to analyze the social state of different European countries, following the guidelines of the European Pillar of Social Rights. Since you are the one also working on this, working with migrants, how do you see the link between your daily work with those communities and the broader agenda for a more social Europe? And how can Casa do Brasil contribute to building that agenda with the people?
Well, first of all, I would like to thank to be here sitting among European people, debating the building of social Europe, 2 days after some members of the parliament said that I should go back to my country. So it means a lot to be here. And now I would like to switch to Portuguese, because I guess that language also builds our identity. And answering to your question, a Casa do Brasil de Lisboa.
The Portuguese House of Brazil is not going to. We're not asking the EU to exercise rights over the excesses that Americans are imposing. In fact, EU defines the framework that we have. So Portugal is not following going apart from the protective principles of Europe. So it's within what EU has defined in its framework. That view is visible on a daily basis. Well, when you come to Portugal, or foreigner comes to Portugal, you come here, you work, you contribute to social security, but it takes 2 to 3 years to get residence permit. And during that period remain at a legal limbo in an irregular situation without getting full rights as a citizen. Not too long ago, we obtained a permission and that enabled change in the migration legal. This is something that is crucial, enabling, for example, regrouping, family regrouping. Now it requires 2 legal years. So if you take 3 years to get a residence permit, then it may take an extra 2 years to bring together your family. So this is something that we in Brazil it goes against, or we consider that this goes against what the Europe, social Europe stands for. So the idea is that the social Europe has to be seen in practice on a daily basis in the field. And so it has to do with people who are here and those who want to fight or to build social Europe all together. And this is exactly, we consider, our contribution for this agenda. And this is where Casa do Brasil can contribute, as you pointed out. We are members of Social Rights Monitor in Portugal. And let me tell you that in our last report, 2025, Portugal scored 20 out of 117 items for market, 14 working conditions, and 17 and social inclusion. But it's not figures only. The report also showed that the border services in Portugal has consolidated a total collapse related to migration in Portugal. The complaints mechanism, for example, are very inefficient. Civil society was taken apart from this debate regarding migration policies. In the past, there were structured debates that were simply put aside. And to this extent, the Casa do Brasil, the House of Lisbon in Lisbon, takes this role, this political role, to take care of this population that is unprotected and provide more visibility to this issue, along with this and other reports in which we collaborate. We try to deconstruct myths about migration. So we provide some guidelines and follow-up to people in terms of defending their rights. We try to discuss with the political actors when administrative channels do not work, and also through the participation in debates like this one. Because this is a means of taking immigrants in here and making them a part of the agenda. So it's not talking for us, but they're talking with us. That's it.
You are totally right, Erica. Because one of the main things that happens, like when we talk about the plenty of vulnerable groups, it's like they don't know about their rights. And this is a huge problem. Like first because in plenty of occasions, they are afraid to look for support, look for help, and second, because they don't know. So and they are not in the debates. And once again, if we want to build social Europe, we need them because we need to do that together. When you go and you read the action plan and you see how it was framed, one of the things it is that's a shared responsibility. But then. I think if it's only in the words, it means nothing. So, but thanks a lot. So I'm gonna go back to you, Sofia, and I want you to take your second hat in this case because you work, as I said, at the European Economic Social Committee. So the ESC is meant to be one of the institutional bridges between workers, employers, and civil society at EU level, especially when it comes to implementing the pillar of social rights. So my question is, what is the role of the European Economic Social Committee in ensuring the implementation and future of the European pillar of social rights, and what is still missing if we want it to become a real driver of change, not just a consultation body? Which is, I know, very complicated question.
How much time do we have now until the lunch?
We have time.
Well, the European Economic and Social Committee is a solely advisory body, so all we can do for now is to give recommendations to the EU decision makers. And exactly a year ago, I was the rapporteur for a so-called opinion to give some recommendations regarding the implementation of the new action plan of well, to improve the social rights. And, well, I think it was yesterday, a year ago, that we had a discussion in the European Economic and Social Committee, also with Roxana Mizzato, presenting these recommendations. Unfortunately, we have not heard much more since then from the Commission when it comes to a new action plan. And I think this is actually direly needed. What we did as EESC, or what I was doing, is not just leaning back and going back to the position papers we have as trade unions or as progressive forces within Europe, but I really tried to reach out. So we had two missions. We went to Finland and we went to Slovenia, speaking to employers, to civil society organizations and to trade unions, asking them, okay, how has the implementation of the European Pillar of Social Rights worked out so far? What were the obstacles? What would be a kind of a best practice you can recommend? And we did the same with organizations on the Brussels level, so with Eurodiaconia, for instance, with European Anti-Poverty Network, so trying to reach out to different stakeholders, also launching an online survey on a qualitative level, simply asking these questions, trying to get more replies. And, well, it won't be very surprising that there is a lack of implementation and that especially civil society organizations lament the lack of capacities. So they say, okay, there are great initiatives from the EU level, but we simply don't know about them and we do not have the resources to follow up on them. So this would be one of my recommendations as well, that I wanted to highlight, that it is always about governance and about financing as well. And I could go into details, of course, about our recommendations on equality and on quality jobs. So this was a huge field, and we also had a recommendation to have a new target on quality jobs, as Roxana Mizzato explained earlier this morning as well. So we really had a lot of policy recommendations here. But I think policy without governance, without funding, without implementation, but also without enforcement, is not really worth anything. And the Pay Transparency Directive these days is a very, very good example that we have a European directive, but there is nothing happening on the ground, and women are not seeing the positive impact of it, because it is stuck somewhere. Because some lobbies simply cannot accept that progress needs to be done.
Indeed, indeed. So we will get back also later, and after like the intervention of Erika, you will have time to make questions. But this is clear. So like, and this is also like, I think that there's a will on this, no? Like, and this lack of governance at the end, like, it's related also to the lack of ownership of the process, and that's why like also there's this connection. We were talking yesterday about like. And also today, how people feel a little much more detached in relation to the EU, and this is one of the things. And when we talk about social rights, it's clear. So like, and there's no actually like, and I think a will so far to involve like the people on the ground in general. So yeah, but that's another discussion. And I'm going to now move to Erika again, and let me go a bit further. And because from your daily work, you see very concretely where rights exist on paper, those principles, and but fail in practice. Yesterday, for example, like, and from Eurofound, they were talking about like the average of plenty of the indicators, and we could see that everything is increasing. But then, when you go further, and if you analyze like regions and certain things, you realize, no, it's not increasing, it's not better, it is worse. So we have in paper all those 20 principles, or 21 if we include like humanity, but they fail in practice. And we are also seeing important developments at EU level, including migration, and as you see, and as you saw, the return policies. That's from my perspective, like, and a huge fail of these new times, but that's another discussion, that directly affect people's lives. So my question to you now, it is, what are your key expectations from the European Union to improve the lives of vulnerable groups, such as migrants, and what should be non-negotiable if we want migration policy to be consistent with a social Europe agenda? Not easy.
Not at all. Bom, em princípio, eu acho que não é rigoroso pedir a União.
In principle, it's not rigorous to ask the EU to correct the member states without recognizing what the EU itself has been approving. As I pointed out, the European Parliament has just approved legislation regarding principles for return, and it has the support of the Council. And this regulation actually foresees the possibility of detention centers outside European territory for periods that may last for 2 years, for up to 2 years, and the idea of not having the resources an automatic thing, but on a case-by-case analysis. In Portugal, there is a law proposal for Law 65, which follows a similar logic. It's the idea of simply sending back the idea of legal, the detention up to 360 days, the non-protection of children or protection only up to 16 when they reach 16. The Higher Council of Courts has issued an unfavorable opinion regarding this legislation. But what we understand is that Portugal is applying at national level the decisions of the EU, so our prospects are not that positive. Our first expectation is that the action of the European pillar of social users will not be at the same time considered at the Migration Pact. They are not different, but because there is a relationship between them, and they are considered to be applied to the same people. So both the pact and the social rights fall upon people, vulnerable people, who may actually be the target of a return decision without having the chance to resort to court. So the first idea is that these two institutions are considered together and not as separate items. The second thing is that the institutions that document the situations, like Casa do Brasil and Social Rights Monitor, have a more structural impact, not only as a consultation body, but rather as a formal channel through which this evidence can be witnessed and also used, just like the Social Economic Monitor feed the European instances. So we need to instrumentalize what we see on a daily basis. For example, at the Lisbon Casa do Brasil, we carry out voluntary work, and we cannot expect people to simply come and be volunteers for this. The third expectation is that the expenditure in defense is not used to withdraw funding from the migration action. So this is not charity, because investing in this situation is an investment in the sense that will determine whether the person can stay in the country and pay social security and so on and so forth. So the investment in defense or in migration is not mutually exclusive. So it is a political decision. The idea is that migration be at the core of the European social Europe, not at the margin. So this pillar should not be used as a mask for the different situations. So it is exactly on this that we can see whether the agenda is working or not.
Thank you. Okay, so now we have a little bit of time for you if you would like to make some questions or some comments. So the floor is yours. Just simply raise your hand and just introduce yourself and a little bit like in the organization that you represent. Okay? So now, who would like to start? If there's someone, don't be shy. Come on. Okay, we have someone there.
Hello, my name is Nuno Santos. I'm from the Social Party Portuguese. I have a question about technology and democracy.
Yes.
As artificial intelligence becomes increasingly influential in shaping public opinion, how can we ensure that technology strengthens democratic participation rather than amplifying misinformation and polarization?
Okay. And you would like to make that question to any of the speakers?
To all of them.
Okay. So, who would like to start?
Of course, I'm going to solve the democracy crisis.
Yes, today.
All right.
Yes.
No pressure. Here I'm not the expert on algorithms, but I think this is pretty much the time, if we haven't even missed it yet, to really go into regulation of such algorithms and how they can be misused and what kind of impact they of course have. So we do have a lot of evidence that algorithms discriminate against women, against ethnic minorities, and so on. We have a lot of evidence how social media and algorithms also target certain groups to spread misinformation. And I think here we really need to go into regulation, to have clear democratic standards, to have quite clear regulation that nobody must be discriminated against, knowing very well this is not easily implemented. And usually the European Union is always 2 to 3 steps behind what needs to be done because technology is developing very quickly. But I think we do need some kind of a legal framework enabling policymakers on different levels to reply. And here I think we also need a very confident European Union, because we know that most of these companies are from either the United States or China, and we know that there will be political and economic pressure on the European Union as well. So I'm fully aware that this is not an easy thing to achieve, but I'm fully aligned with other people saying that we need to regulate here. And I think this, of course, has a huge impact on democracy, and this is a huge concern. But also the same for civil society organizations, for certain groups and minorities that are more exposed, but also for AI at work. So I think this is a whole field where we need urgent action, where we mustn't be afraid as the European Union.
Maybe if I may, it's for sure. I think regulation for me it's like the key issue because that is where we can protect the rights. But also maybe to add one more thing, it's I think it's important also to see how can we smartly work and use social media in one hand and AI also. I think I have seen, and I know some initiatives that has been developed in Spain, and they are doing it very well. But now the challenge is how can we connect with others? Because from just one small point, you cannot move everything. We are talking about the kind of narratives we are using, the hope we are creating with the messages we launch, and how the confidence you build on the people that what they are feeling can be changed, and they can have a role in changing that. So those kind of messages, when there are studies, I will not take too much, but there are analyses and studies that prove that when you find those kind of messages in the social media and in the algorithm, it really is blocked, because it's not the usual message that they want to promote. And there has been very, very interesting studies about that. So what to use, when to use it, and how we should use them, it's something that is being studied, some initiatives there, but we need to make them all together, because for small initiative we are going nowhere. And there are possibilities there. So I think it's something we have to also reflect about.
Só para complementar muito rápido, eu acho que para além da questão da regulamentação, a gente precisa
Very
também
quickly,
trabalhar com a questão da
besides
literacia
regulation,
digital.
we need to
Porque,
also
se
teach
a gente
on
pensa nessa
digital
implementação,
literacy, because
agora
when you're
tudo vai ser
talking about
automático, o sistema é que a gente
this
vê, inclusive,
action, everything is
com a Agência para Integração,
automatic,
Migrações
and
e
things
Asilo,
that what we
várias
see that with
plataformas,
the
as
Agency
pessoas
for
podem fazer todos os
Integration and
processos
Immigration in
online,
Portugal,
mas as
you
pessoas
have
não
several
sabem fazer todos os
platforms,
processos
you can
online.
do,
Falta literacia digital,
things
falta
online,
formação. Então,
but
acho que para
people
além da
cannot do that
regulamentação,
because they
a gente
lack
precisa
training on that.
democratizar
So,
esse acesso no
besides
sentido de formação,
discussing
de
this, we have
capacitação
to
de todos,
democratize
porque senão a gente cria segregação também.
the capacity building, technological capacity building of people at
Thanks a
large.
lot. And anyone else? Fantastic.
Thank you, all of you, for your interventions. My name is Wolfgang Bautz. I'm from Germany on behalf of, let's say, a grassroots organization which deals with gender equality. I especially liked the intervention of Marta. It was fantastic, and I totally agree with your conclusions. On the other hand, when I came first to Porto, we discussed with the already mentioned Stephen Sturr about inclusion, about participation. And if I remember well, we had more or less the same conclusions. So that raised the question for me on my experience also, that we discussed this issue for 2 decades or even more, and we don't feel that there is a progress. Meanwhile, we discuss individualism is grabbing minds, populism is occupying minds. So what's happened? Is it that maybe our parties, we are sympathizing, we are members, are doing things wrong? They are calling more participation. On the other hand, they are doing, to put it quiet, civil society. I have a lot of examples of German society, and Friedrich Ebert Stiftung or Foundation Friedrich Ebert did a lot of research regarding this, that in the civil society we don't feel a progress in participation and inclusion. So I would like to ask you, or I'm not sure if you can really answer this question, but this is my comment. I feel that we discuss. Meanwhile, on the ground, we have a strong wind against us.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not sure. Well, I'm sure I cannot answer the question, but maybe share some thoughts that resonates in my mind when I listen to you. Yeah, I think participation of people and how we should build public policy is something that has been there for a long time, and the challenge is still there. But going back to my humanizing point, I can say that we have had very good experiences. So maybe I would like not to see it as I think it's important to see it as a global issue and as a structural issue on how we build policies. But we have good experiences in how this has been done that can help to move this forward. It's true that in this, it's a shared responsibility, because participation means having people building policies and designing policies with the people, so they have to be open for that. And this is not easy. It's not just having one conversation. It means having active dialogue, actively listening, and be able to change your position. Because we can have a great idea to build migrant policies, policies for migrants. But then when you listen to migrants, maybe they challenge us. And are we prepared to be challenged in that sense, to change the way we make policy? This is one of the questions. So maybe this is something we should reinforce in how we build policies, but in the other way, it's also important to see and reinforce civil society organizations and citizens to really be active and have confidence that this participation really matters and really makes the difference. But then finally, to finish with these two examples, also creating a structural ways would be for me one of the key issues to promote. How can we build key spaces and structural spaces where these dialogues are being held, so we get into a dynamic where we conversate, we have these conversations, and we think together, listen the one to the others, and find and get finally common and collective proposals. Maybe these structural things more from civil society. Solidar was one of the proposals. The Social Rights Monitor is one of them, where they bring together, and we bring together different organizations and also stories and citizens to build these recommendations, but also the Economic and Social Committee. I mean, we have different places where we are walking the path in this sense, and maybe reinforce that kind of spaces should be one of the key issues to make. But anyway, I think this will be a non-ending walk, because yesterday and today we can never give things for granted. So it's true that we have improved in some ways, but still a lot of challenges, and this is something we can never just relax. We've done it. That's never going to be like that. Thank you.
Thank you, Marta. Sofia?
Well, allow me to be a bit more personal here on a level. I joined the European Economic and Social Committee in 2019. And by then, I think I was by far the youngest and one of the few female members. And we're speaking about 2019. So it's not as if this has been in the 1960s or 70s. And I'm still from a very privileged background. I am a white woman, I've been born in Austria, I've got an European passport, I've got an economically rather stable situation. I'm in a very advantaged situation, but still, I have to break certain taboos when I'm speaking about certain policies. And as a young woman, I'm courageous enough to speak about certain taboos. For instance, to speak about menstruation and menopause at the workplace, which is a huge issue when we speak about health and safety for women, when we speak about occupational health and safety. But I do not expect old white men, pardon me, to raise these issues. So when we speak about inclusion, we need to have people there in the decision-making boards, and we know that we're very, very far away from having equality there. We're very far away from having migrants involved in decision-making. So these still are initiatives reaching out to people, but they're not really part of the whole decision-making process, and they're not part of the boards and of the panels. And I think this really is one of the crucial things where we need quotas, where we need more policy making, but where we also need to enable people to be active. And you can only be active on a political level when you have the time and the resources to do it. And as a woman, I often do not have time or resources because I have to take care of my job, of the children, of all of the care work, of my family, and I simply don't have the time to sit in the decision-making rooms. And we're still we're in 2026, so there's still a lot of progress to be made, and I think a lot of the policies we have to make, but also where trade unions and civil society are getting involved, are still trying to bring people there to be involved. And I do understand that in 10 years probably not that much has changed, but it's changing step by step, and we need to push even more fiercely there.
So thanks a lot. Wow. And we have time for another question, if you would like to make another one. Is there anyone? No? Just the last one.
The title of this session is Building an Agenda with the People. What is the single most important change European institutions should make to ensure that citizens become active partners in policy making rather than passive recipients of decisions?
To who?
To Sofia. Yes. E posso também dizer em português, portanto. O título desta sessão
Let me say this in Portuguese. The title of this session is Building an Agenda with People. What is the most important thing that European institutions can do to ensure that people are active partners in the decision-making process of policies instead of mere recipients of such decisions? And the answer is to everybody, I mean all the panel members.
I think there was a second one.
There's a second question, and then we can take also that one. Okay. Introduce yourself, please, now, briefly.
Is it on? Yes.
Yes.
My name is João Alexandre. I'm from here, from Porto. I'm not representing an institution in specific, an entity, but I would just like to make a comment, and I'm sorry for being, for not standing up, but I would just like to make a comment regarding what was just said on the previous topic, because, and this is just a comment, I don't really expect a response, because when I come from a single parent family household, we are a low-income household, and for me, being here in these kinds of spaces is very, it's a challenge for me, and I can't, when I just heard Sophia say about, you know, I'm a woman, and even despite my privilege, I still have to fight for my position, I can't help but think the same way, and I would adapt the argument to say, well, this is, for me, being here is very nice, and I have the privilege to even consider that I can enter these rooms. But when I think about people from, I don't know if this is how it's said in Portuguese, but racialized backgrounds, I don't mean to be provocative in any way. I think this is a productive conversation. When we look at most people here in the room, most people, if not all, except one or two, are white. And then we are talking about social Europe, and we are talking about poverty, and one thing doesn't really connect, doesn't mean the other. Just because you are white doesn't mean you are automatically poor. But at the same time, there is a significant correlation, and I just can't help but feel a bit worried that people from racialized backgrounds don't feel like they are a part of this conversation as well, and a part of this room. So yeah, and beyond other traits that might somehow make people feel like they aren't part of this room, but you know, this is what I wanted to focus on right now.
So thanks a lot. And just a last comment, and then we will finalize.
Muito obrigada. Bom dia a todos.
Well, good morning. I also belong to Casa do Brasil, but I have a comment I would like to make, that is the importance of building an anti-racist Europe. Yesterday and also today, very few people, on very few times, we speak openly about the fact that if we want a European social Europe, we have to discuss racialism or racism. And sometimes the several setbacks that we have has to do with the fact that we don't discuss this topic, racism and xenophobia. I've looked around this area. How many black people are actually taking a part in these boards that make all decisions? So I believe that one of our main challenges at global level, at European level, we have to consider a struggle, anti-racist struggle at the European level that will struggle against discrimination. So I would very much like to hear your opinion about this cross-cutting issue of our struggle
Thanks
in
a lot.
this area.
Now, I'm going to give the floor to the speakers. And it's true that like the question of intersectionality is not easy, like, and there are like plenty of things there, and of course there's this structural like the xenophobia and racism, like, but that's beyond like these discussions. But I'm gonna give the floor, and we have like different questions. So, like, who would like to start?
Okay. Okay, maybe I will answer to your comment and what was resonating to me. Yeah, maybe I can share just a small example, because, for example, in Spain we have had for a long time a strategy, African, my expertise, my background is wider in the external action pillar, okay? But just a very simple example, we have for a long time a Spain-African strategy. And there was a body that was like a council, consultative council, an advisory council that was there to suggest and make proposals. So since the beginning, I have been participating there, but not anyone in that table came from Africa. We have people in Spain from Africa. And one of the big challenges we had was to invite the diaspora to be seated in the table, and they could have a seat. At the end, they got it, but just because they invited them, so why don't you include them in your group? Because we have private sector, we have academia, and we have development organizations. So, okay, so invite them in your group and make them part of you. It's okay, we will, so it's there, and that's the first thing we did. But diaspora is not related to development cooperation. I mean, it's part of course they are part of, but I don't want the diaspora there because they belong to a development cooperation issue. It's because they are part of the dialogue. And at the end, we got them as a group, a specific group in the advisory group, an advisory council that they are now. And of course, the conversations are absolutely different than the ones we had before. Absolutely different, because the topics and the approaches to the topics have changed, just because they are on the table. And this is why it's important what we have mentioned. And this is why it's important to bring them to these kind of spaces. And maybe the last thought is that when we talk about participation, one of the things and the problems we have is that we open the participation for specific processes when we want to listen those voices for that process. But that's too late. Because maybe what I'm proposing, what I think is important, is to completely change the way we build and manage the policies. And this is why I really believe that sometimes structural spaces or dialogues integrate more in a more natural way this kind of conversations. Because once you have a group on a conversation where different voices are being held, the conversation is easier when it comes to really build an implementation policy or how to implement the European action plans of the social pillar. I mean, of these concrete issues, when we already have these kind of spaces, are a lot easier to make. And you can see who is missing, who should, and how can we involve. And also you mentioned the quota, for example, for the feminist perspective and the gender issue. Now it's very strange to find a panel where you don't find a woman, for example. Of course, not talking about women without women, but at least at the Spanish level, European level, I know less, but it's not well seen, you know? But it doesn't happen anything when you go to a migration panel and you don't have a migrant on the table. So how come? Why is this accepted and not the other one? So, but we have done changes in some issues, so I think I'm an optimistic person, and I think we can still make those changes. Thank you so much.
Sophia?
Well, thanks for sharing. I won't comment any further, but I think, especially the question of intersectionality, I think it plays in to the whole debate from different angles, and we have to consider this, and we all have certain blind spots, to be honest. I think we all need to be as open as possible and try to speak with as many people as possible, but a single individual person cannot compensate. So we do need some structural mechanisms as well to exactly ensure that voices are heard. To the very easy question about the one political measure, I'm very, very bad in such easy populistic messages. I think the very easy way would be to say, well, we need to implement European Pillar of Social Rights. We have heard today there are 20 principles in this pillar, so if we fully and unconditionally implement the pillar. I think we can cover a lot of areas that we have discussed so far and will continue discussing. We have heard about AI in the different fields of society, psychosocial risks, and in general health and safety. So from the trade union perspective and also the ESC, climate change, heat, it is an issue that we have to address. Fair mobility, but also information consultation rights for workers at the workplace, but information consultation involvement of different groups. So I think these are some aspects that have been mentioned somehow. It is not the one silver bullet. I know it's more complex, and we need different policies and governance mechanisms to really get there. And in the end, it is a matter of political will. And we, at least the way I see it these days, we lack the political will. It can be done. We do have the money. We can invest. We can prioritize people in all of the fields of policy making. But with the current governments and EU majorities, this simply is not the political will. But we can fight for it, and we can build the pressure. And with the right political will, we can achieve it. I'm sure about that.
Thank you. Fantastic.
Acho que muito rapidamente, voltando ao...
Very quickly, and back to what Marta said. About the need of actively listening to. But that listening has to be done prior to implementation, because sometimes what happens is that after the implementation of a public policy, after the action plan was done on immigrants, then we were consulted. We were warned, or we were told about the fact that that plan was going to be implemented. So when politicians discuss about this public process, they say, oh, but all this, the involved community, they participated. No, we didn't. We didn't. We heard about the conclusion. So this active listening has to be done prior to the final decision making. Is not only saying that immigrants were present, or people of different races were present, or women were present. No, that's not the case. What happened was that that thing was going to be enforced, and there was a plan, there was a law that is totally out of focus and disconnected what the real migrant community feels in. So that active listening has to be done on the right time.
So thank you all. Now it's almost the end of this panel, and before going to have lunch, I know, like all of us are a bit hungry, but before doing so, I'm going to ask you the last thing. It's going to be easy, no worries. So I want you to summarize in 1 minute, not more, 1 minute, if you could put one political demand at the center of a new social Europe agenda built with the people, what would it be? You have 1 minute. Tick-tack, tick-tack. Marta.
Me? Okay, no, one?
It could be a little bit more, come on.
Okay. No, well, as I mentioned, I think for me the biggest challenge is to really guarantee that the way we build policies are in an integrated manner. That we are really guaranteeing that those that we are looking for and those that we are thinking about when we build the social pillar and all the implementation policies and action plans and how we put that at the level, at the national level and the regional and local level especially, that they are really sitting on the table when we discuss which is the best way to implement it and which is the way we should prioritize those things. Guaranteeing that, I think we will definitely improve the implementation, but of course guarantee that people are being heard, feel and being committed as a collective way to really not just build the social pillar, but also increase and guarantee democracy. But for me, it's something we cannot divide and dissociate.
Thanks a lot. Ownership, always. Sophia?
Well, I think you've actually answered part of it.
Yes, you did it before.
No, but once again underlining the necessity of enforcement and proper implementation. I think people really need to feel the impact. And what politics nowadays is that politicians are talking, and then there is some piece of legislation, and then it's getting complicated, and there's another piece of legislation, but people don't really feel the impact. So they don't really believe in the decision-making process. And I think when we make a decision, we really have to, well, on the one hand, involve people, of course, beforehand, but then also stick to it and implement it. And I think in many cases, we simply forget about the implementation part. And when we do have rights that cannot be enforced, then it is rather ridiculous, to be honest.
Thank you. And the final?
Então, eu acho que é importante que seja dito, né, que
I believe it's
construir uma agenda.
important to say that to build an agenda with people cannot be reduced to a title of or a topic for one session. It has to become a reality. We, the House of Brazil in Lisbon, is a reality to serve the Brazilian community in Portugal, but it's become more than that because economic flow entails many other nationalities. And so that's the EU has to follow these dynamics to deconstruct the idea that migration has to be dealt with as a security issue and to root the feeling that migration is a part of the world and a part of the EU, and that we here not to be an object of policies, but rather be active subjects in the construction of such policies.
Yes, and with these final reflections, this panel is over. But first, I would like to thank you all for your comments, for your participation. You have been amazing. Also, thank you all of you, and of course the interpreters. I know it's not easy, but you did it super well. So thanks a lot, all of you. And now, let's gonna have lunch.
Can everyone take their seats? We're gonna start in a few, less than a few minutes ideally, but it's gonna be a few minutes. We have our speakers getting ready. It's almost the weekend. We still have plenty of things to learn and to hear from. I can speak non-stop.
If you want to have a micro, you can use a hand micro, or we put
No.
Okay. Because I need the translation for
Ah bah oui. Tu prends le lien. Et après le panel, si tu peux enregistrer une vidéo avec... Please take your seat, grab a coffee, you can drink and listen at the same time. I know the food was good. You can even bring the food inside, like really, like no rules. Except coming and sitting. Yes. I start in 1 minute. I think we will start. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the lunch. I'm sure you did. And now we're gonna start with the final leg of our program over the past 2 days, with first a panel on the next tenure of the European Pillar of Social Rights. and then some conclusions of the day. But to moderate this session, I will give the floor to my dear colleague Fabian Schmidl from FES Portugal. Fabian, if you're with me, the floor is yours to moderate that session. I give you the full power of this stage. Thank you.
I'm very happy to have the full power of this stage today. When I woke up in the morning, I wanted to be Portuense. You know that there are always these rivalries between cities. Probably that's the same in your country. There is this heated rivalry between Madrid and Barcelona, between Paris and Marseille, between Berlin and Munich, and as well between Lisbon and Porto. Why did I want to be Portuense today? Because there was something unfolding in Lisbon today that went totally against the spirit of Porto. The government wanted to approve a very liberal labor market reform that was about to weaken collective bargaining, increasing labor market flexibility, reducing worker protections, etc. José Luis Carneiro, the General Secretary of the Socialist Party today, he said he would vote against it. He voted against it, and as you all might have heard, the labor law did not go through. And now maybe one could say that this is because, as well, obviously, Chega, the right-winged nationalist party, did not vote for them, but I would create the narrative a bit the other way around. The Partido Socialista and as well all the social partners, the sindicatos, the labor unions, we all made quite some pressure on the street. And I think that Chega was simply afraid. They were simply afraid about the socialist narrative, simply afraid about the idea that we are the ones who are defending the social rights, we are the ones who defend the workers, and I think that this is a very good moment to talk now about not only the Porto spirit, but as well about the question how we can improve that, what we have been talked in Porto in 2021, because actually, let's be honest, the scandal about this labor market reform and about the development is that it could have happened without consequences. So governments are apparently able to start reforms that are against the Porto spirit. And unfortunately, we do not have a lot of instruments at the moment to stop these contra-reforms against the Porto spirit. And this is why we are here. We want to talk about how to make them better, what has happened the last basically 5 years, and how we will make the targets concreter and better for the next 5 years. But before we start with our great panel, I would like to listen with you together to a video message from Gabriele Bischoff. She's vice chair of the S&D group, as you all know, vice chair of the Committee of Constitutional Affairs, member of the European Parliament since 2019, and she was head of the European Policy Department at DGB. Gabriele Bischoff, the floor is yours.
Dear friends, dear colleagues, dear progressives in Porto, we have loved to be there with you, but you ask me, what will we be able to tell Europe's workers in 10 years' time? This is a question at the heart of the discussion you are doing the next 2 days. Let me begin by remembering what a groundbreaking achievement the European Pillar of Social Rights really was. In 2017, in an environment that was anything but friendly to social ambition, Jean-Claude Juncker, and in this parliament with Maria João Rodrigues as our rapporteur, managed to put social rights back at the very center of the European project. Thank you very, very much, Maria. And in a difficult political environment, they created something important. A common European language for dignity at work, social protection, equal opportunities, and fair living conditions. And I also want to use this opportunity to thank Nicolas for his outstanding work in initiating the implementation of the pillar, moving from written principles to tangible rights. But today, the political atmosphere feels even heavier. Progressive forces are very few in the Council. And in the European Parliament, in the House of Democracy, majorities for social progress have become more fragile and sometimes, I have to say it, impossible. And the center-right of today is lacking leaders that uphold social progress and instead increasingly tend to align with the neoliberal views of the far right. Too often, social ambition is replaced by a very, very narrow understanding of competitiveness. So, let us look at some possible scenarios for the next years that are based on the pillar of social rights. Let's start with the more downward scenario. The social pillar becomes a nice but faint memory. Europe speaks about competitiveness only, and with this they mean deregulation and attacks on workers' rights. Europe speaks about security, but means only defense. Europe speaks about transformation, but leaves workers, families and children to adapt alone. There's also a status quo path. We keep the pillar, we repeat the targets, we publish maybe another action plan, but do not really use it to change the realities of people. Rights remain on paper only. Poverty stagnates at best. Training does not reach those who need it most. Mobile workers still lose protection in subcontracting chains and across borders. But, friends, there's also a path towards social progress. And this is the one we must fight for, and this is the one we will fight for. The spirit of Porto will be brought back in the ongoing crucial debates about Europe's strategic future in the European Council and beyond. And Antonio Costa already did magic with the Porto Summit 5 years ago. Let's build on that. It becomes clear that European security is not only military security, that only a strong social Europe with cohesive societies and that provides social security and opportunities for everyone is a safe and secure Europe. Such a social Europe means quality jobs, affordable housing, care when you need it, that your travel rights with you when you cross a border, that your rights travel with you when you cross a border. A Europe that means that artificial intelligence is used while safeguarding the protection and fundamental rights of workers. A Europe that means that no child grows up in poverty without education, health care, appropriate nutrition or a decent home. And that is the positive promise we must offer, a promise of a future that will be better, countering the doom-saying extreme right with a bright and strong vision. Because, and I really know it's true, such a future is possible. We believe in it, we have to fight for it, we have to construct it step by step by step together. The European pillar of social rights does not need to be replaced, but it does need to deliver more strongly. That means an ambitious Quality Jobs Act with fair wages, the right to disconnect, protection from algorithmic management and clear responsibility in subcontracting chains. It means a fair labour mobility package with teeth, because free movement must never mean free exploitation. It means social investment in the next EU budget, in skills, housing, care, public services, cohesion and the fight against child poverty. And it means social dialogue, because transitions are more democratic, more stable and more successful when workers also have a say and when we have collective agreements. In 2017, the Parliament, the Council and the Commission solemnly proclaimed the European Pillar of Social Rights. And now we need to take that word seriously, solemnly. A solemn proclamation cannot become a footnote. It must become and it must stay a responsibility. So, in 10 years, I hope we can tell Europe's workers this. We did not let change happen to you. We shaped it, you shaped it. And on the basis of a solid social pillar 2.0, we have created together a better future in a stronger and more social Europe. That should be our ambition for the next 10 years of the European Pillar of Social Rights. I know you will be working on new ideas and I'm looking forward to discuss them with you, because we deliver for the many, not for the privileged. Thank you very much. I wish you great deliberations, great debates, and I'm looking forward to hear from you, your ideas and proposals.
Thank you very much. Big applause to Gabi Bischoff. I like one definition that she said. I think I will keep this in mind. Europe is a place where the rights travel with you across the border. This is a very lovely description. Let's go to the discussion now, and I would like to invite three fantastic panelists to me here on the stage. Estelle Coleman, Maria Helena André, and José Antonio Vieira da Silva. Welcome. Obrigado. Bem-vindo aqui.
Well, thank you
we
very
still
much.
have to maybe put some
welcome.
cables on your
I believe
ears.
that
You
you
need
still
some
have to
microphones
have
so that
some.
not only
So
your rights, but as well your voice travels over the border and everyone here can hear you nicely. I will start with the introduction. I have a question for each of you, and then we will obviously be able to discuss among each other and as well with the audience. But first of all, I have to look at the long list of functions that these very important and exceptional panelists have. Estelle Coelman, member of the European Parliament from Belgium, coordinator of the S&D group of the Employment and Social Affairs Committee, and former General Secretary of the Belgian Trade Union Federation, FGTP. You bring the voice of the European Parliament and the legislative perspective on social rights to us. Thank you for being here, Estelle. Maria Helena André, 12 years at the helm of the ILO's Bureau for Workers' Activities, former Deputy General Secretary of the ETUC, the European Trade Union Confederation, former Minister for Labour, Solidarity and Social Security. Maria Helena represents the voice of the workers and the trade unions today across Europe, and I'm sure that we will get some very important input from you as well. Thank you for being with us, Maria Helena André. And José Antonio Vieira da Silva, former as well Minister of Labour, Solidarity and Social Security in 2 Portuguese governments under Costa and under Sócrates. He was the special advisor, the special reporter, the organizer of the Portuguese group during Porto 2021, as well the advisor to the Commissioner for Jobs and Social Rights, Nicolas Schmidt. He understands both the Portuguese reality and the European debate. We're very happy to have you here aboard as well, José Antonio Vieira da Silva. So we have here 3 different people, one promise, one same problem. What promise does Porto 2021 give us 5 years later? And more importantly, how do we make sure that government cannot ignore Porto? This being said, Estelle, the first question is to you. I would like to look with you at the tools that we have, because actually in Europe we have quite some tools, and we have a lot of directives, some diverge as well directly from the European Pillar of Social Rights. We in 2022 introduced the Minimum Wage Directive. We as well have, for example, the European Semester monitoring the progress of the states in social issues, but I have a bit the feeling that we're having as well like a tiger without teeth. Because if, for example, the Minimum Wage Directive allows to some extent some national flexibility, and if some countries do even not implement it, or if, for example, the European semester results in nice results and analyzes, but then it ends there, what is it good for? So my question is for you, what is at the moment your battleground in the European Parliament?
So thank you very much. It's really a pleasure to be with you today to talk about the future of our social Europe, to be short. So first, maybe I would like to come back a little bit on the context at European level at this moment, because we are 5 years after the Porto Summit and the first action plan implementation, European Pillar of Social Rights. You know maybe that in this action plan there is 3 targets for 2030 that we have to reach in 2030. It's quite tomorrow, but where are we with those targets? First target is about the level of employment. It's the 78% with also national targets. I think we are quite good about this target, but what kind of jobs. This is the basic and first concern, the quality of the jobs. And we want to fight at the European Parliament, but I will come back later on this, on the quality of the job. Second target, it's about training. Normally, in 2030, 60% of the workers, people between 25 and 60, normally should have the right to training. Where are we at this moment? We are at 40 instead of 60. So when I hear the Commission, they say, oh, it's quite good because it means that one worker on two every year has access to training. This is not the truth. This is really not the truth because we know that it's always the same workers who have access to training, but it's very important now, surely, because we face big transition, digital one, green one, the access to train should be a right for us. Third target is to take 15 million out of poverty and 5 million children. Where are we at this moment? Very, very far off the target. And what do the Commission? They have a new strategy, anti-poverty strategy, to eradicate the poverty. Great, and not in 2030, but in 2050. And when I say, so 2050, it's good, but I don't know you, but in 2050, will be 80. So we are not delivered at the moment, and this anti-poverty strategy, and I will come back later on this, will be without funding and social funding. The next European budget is clearly not going in the direction of social funding. So where are we going on this? So how to fight against poverty without funding? This is the first point about the context. So we really need a new action plan. And normally in the working program of the Commission, it's announced a new action plan. And you will see next month no new action plan, and regarding, by instance, a new target on quality job, but just a communication. So it's really not okay at the moment, because, as you remember, it's a kind of tigers without teeth. Because when you have just strategy, just action plan, just guidelines, it's not okay for us, it's not enough. We really want directive. We really want legislation. Without kind of legislation, but also funding, I will come back on this also. Without legislation, it's like you mentioned, it's not strong enough. Working time directive, I'm not sure what you said, because it's maybe not mandatory for member states, but it's the principle itself of this directive. It's to go and to help member states, but also social partners to negotiate real minimum wage everywhere through Europe. But what is about the context also, and Gabi mentioned this in her introduction, is that we are at the moment where the only compass now is competitiveness and the Draghi Report. But quite a bad interpretation of the Draghi Report, because if you really read closely the Draghi Report, it makes 800 times mention of investment innovation, and just 20 times mention of simplification. But the interpretation of this Draghi Report regarding the Commission is not simplification, because everybody is against bureaucracy, but it's deregulation. So we are now in the situation where even some social, very important directives are clearly under attack. And the first one, which is under attack at the moment, is the Working Time Directive, the one who prevents to work more than 84 hours a week. This one is really under attack of the EPP, but also from the Business Federation, because the lobbying of the Business Federation also at the European level is very strong for deregulation and no new regulation. So at the moment, also, when you are looking at the mission left letter of our Commissioner Roxana Mizatu, there is no new regulation to protect the worker facing new risks and new challenges. If you look at the mission letter of our former commissioner, how many regulation was in your mission letter? At least some of them: minimum wage, pay transparency, and voilà, platform workers. So this is also the big risk. So it means the big risk in the context now is deregulation with the support of the Business Federation and with the support of the far right in the parliament, because we see more and more a coalition between EPP and the far right voting for this agenda of deregulation. So, and the next one is also the next budget of Europe. We are really working hard on this. And but the problem is, if you are looking at this MFF, a multi-annual financial framework, there will be, and for the first time since the Rome Treaty, no ESF, so it means European Social Fund anymore. No guarantee, no dedicated line, a kind of security of 40%. But if you are looking at the numbers, it's quite clear. It will be less, between 50 and 60% for the ESF. So how can we build social policy in Europe without new regulation, without funding? This is the big challenge at the moment, and that's what we are fighting for, but it will be also maybe at some point for the second question.
That's indeed the case. If I have the microphone. Well, thank you very much, Estelle, for this first sum up and for this first roundup. There is a tiger with teeth sitting definitely here on stage, Estelle, if I may say that. But before I ask you the second question, I would like to go to Helena André, because that left me a little bit desilusionado. Eu vou falar agora em português, porque os nossos portugueses, obviamente, também.
I'm now going to speak in Portuguese, because the Portuguese can also speak in Portuguese. So, if we are in this situation where we have some of the EU tools which are tigers without teeth, as it was mentioned about the Parliament, who is the person or institution that can defend Porto 2030? Because apparently it's not going to be the EU institution, so we need more than that. Well, that is a very interesting issue regarding what we have to say. Our colleague Ludwig yesterday mentioned that there are 10,000 workers in Madrid defending social Europe and social rights against the deregulation agenda. That is one way of expressing what, in my view, is the growing lack of confidence of citizens in the European process and the European situation. All through this morning, we have been a bit, we shied off a bit of discussing directly this topic. Changing the title of things, this means that the progressive social democrats and socialists will have to have more capacity to convince European citizens, workers, that it's them, that is, we have the agenda that entails the capacity to put economic and social progress up to date and fine-tuned with European progress. So you said that I'm going to be the voice of workers. Well, I was that many years ago. And sometimes when I listen to these debates that we listen to now, I get transported back to the 1990s at the European level on behalf of competitiveness, deregulation, and so on and so forth. Nothing is new. It's just a new cycle in Europe that takes us back to the squared circle. And when that had nothing to do with when we had Jacques Delors and when he said what he said regarding the situation of workers. The problem we have today at the European level, at a world level, and that is my experience in terms of the World Labour Organization, the ILO. So what we see is that we have very, very few Jacques Delors. We have very few people with the courage to put up a program that is sustained and sustainable, and that will have no flaws regarding issues, and that we have the capacity to not to forget that we cannot go forward, we cannot move forward if we don't have citizens with us. Of course, that cannot be the role of trade unions alone. It is also the role of political parties, of governments, of institutions. So to have to renew this confidence in institutions, that's crucial. We understand very well that the current leadership at EU level is not actually giving us the room to rebuild this trust anyway. But today we've also discussed the lack of political ambition. This comes with policies. So maybe we have to think of building up a set of policies that will respond to people's needs. We talk a lot about AI a lot. We talked about green transition, fair transition. We spoke very little about the demographic impacts in European societies. But we also discussed an issue in terms of migration that has to do with challenges in Europe. We didn't talk a lot about inequalities, and we have to discuss that topic more. And we did not discuss much about the need to consider in all these transitions, all these policies, the issue of quality at the very top as the cherry on the top of the icing. So it has to be on top of the agenda. So if we get back to our topic of discussion today, and as a trade unionist in the 1990s I thought that the pillar would be a bit of fresh air into the overall situation. I was not that lucky. The years of the Barroso Commission were very hard for trade unions in Europe. We went through the financial crisis. But if we consider this pillar as the compass, then the things are not that bad. In my view, the Porto Summit was of utmost importance, but we cannot look back. We have also to look forward. The pillar is a solid proposal with different specific proposals that are at risk of being diluted in view of the current political spectrum that we have, not only in Europe, but at national level. But as I was saying, we have to have the capacity to influence the implementation of that agenda with the proposals from the Social Democrats, the Progressive, based also on the European trade unions, who obviously have a seat around table, so as to be able to influence these policies. This is crucial. Also important is the capacity to actually relate with other institutions in Europe. But is that sufficient? No, not really. But the issue is we cannot have only good policies and have political ambition without having the capacity to have the tools to implement them. And, of course, to have the ambition of getting the social pillar in mind and the right tools to implement it, and also without having the financing. there is not one only view or one perspective or one action. And that's one of the things that worries me. When I look at the European process today, we see that we have the social agenda, we have the green agenda. We have in sort of different circles. We do not have an integration of policies. And this means the risk of actually getting people afar from the European process. And when this happens, when people do not feel in their daily lives the impact of these policies, the trend will be to look for things that will make more sense for them. The populisms that we have today in our society stem from our weakness and the weakness of trade unions, and the one has to be bold and straightforward about it. When I had the privilege of being in the trade union movement, when there was a vision for Europe, when the national trade union organizations were willing to hand out a bit of their skills to Europe, the situation was different. Right now, we are at a situation where, at the trade union level, there is a different look at what is going on, more at the national level rather than at the European construction level. This is a work that has to be done by trade unions. No one else can do it if not us. If we don't do it, I mean, we'll be paralyzed. I mean, we're going to define progressive policies, and who are going to implement that? Well, that's exactly that, because politics, in inverted commas, is us. It's not only political parties or people in Brussels, associations in the countries, different parties, associations of civil society, and so on and so forth. So there is no doubt about that. Let me now address to you, José Vieira da Silva, and I'm going to get back to Porto. 2021. Maybe one of the problems may have been that there were no sanctions to those countries not actually being able to implement the objectives for Porto 2030. In 2021, we were discussing about that. We were talking about consequences if countries were not to comply with the principles. So what was the situation? Well, good afternoon, and thank you. I believe that in order to understand what Porto 2021 was, we need to understand the reasons and the underlying causes to the success that was undeniably the summit in Porto. Let me just adjust the microphone. The speaker says. So, there were three main reasons why the summit was a success, and I'm not going to list them by order. But the first had to do with the fact that the initiative at the European Commission be very clear about strengthening the social dimension. We have, here the representative that represented the progressive family in Europe, who had the capacity to actually create the Popular Action Plan, which contained specific targets, besides, of course, clearly stating the principles of the pillar. The second action was that it was possible to align or to reach an alignment between the main political European families. I believe that was the last time that this alignment was actually materialized. You see, because besides the European Council approved the action plan for the pillar, There was the Porto commitment that was underwritten by the President of the European Commission and the European Parliament. The delegation of the European Parliament to Porto included MEPs, both from the Popular Party and Social Democratic Party. So there were conditions for more convergence, which was ever so important at the European level. There was a convergence between all these forces on the EU level. There was yet another element, and that is the Porto commitment was subscribed by all the social partners. So we're talking about employers, trade unions, social platform, and, of course, European institutions. These three conditions enabled the definition of targets, of paths, or a roadmap to create a enlarged or broad commitment. We all understand how difficult to fix or to establish sanctions to less correct behavior, I would say, when we have very clear obligations at financial level or whatever. We know that it's not always easy to apply such sanctions. But let me also tell you that the advancements achieved in the action plan was quite considerable. Now, trying to have the capacity to impose them to member states, it would have been a bit too far. It would be a bit too much. Of course, the European semester has such conditions, and I personally have always believed that Europe can advance more, and as Maria Elena would say, the advance is more when different areas are aligned. When we merge everything together with the Barroso Commission in the summit, the Lisbon summit, then there was a devaluation, I would say. Was a deconsideration of the social dimension. No, but let me get back to. Well, you see, the pillar is still very updated, and the intervention of Bishop was very clear. The pillar, there are more reasons today to materialize this pillar than there were 10 years ago. Sometimes European Commission sort of leaps over some objectives without actually following the line they should, because sometimes when it comes from overcoming poverty to eradicating that in 2050 has no meaning. We all know that doing away with poverty by 2050 is pure demagogy. There will be no eradication of poverty by 2050. Now, I believe that we've already identified all the causes that have led to the weakening of this pillar. However, there is a critical dimension, and that is, we're all accountable for that, is that the targets of the action plan lost visibility. They are almost invisible today. A country like Portugal, where European institutions are at the core of the political debate and are taken very seriously, the current government never actually spoke to the country about this pillar. Who knows what the government is doing in terms of fighting against poverty or keeping jobs or social training, or vocational training, I mean. Of course, there was a meeting in 2023 in Porto. Some of us were invited, but we know that we are all accountable for this. There is a share of responsibility of us all into that. And that has to do with targets. Because, I mean, we managed to leap forward quite considerable in terms of job creation and in terms of employment. I believe that we managed to create about 10 million jobs. And in fact, we created more subordinated jobs in Portugal. I mean, working for a third party. No, actually, was 12 million over the 10 million I mentioned before. That is meaningful. And that destroys the idea of liberals saying that today there is no need for contracting because everything is free and so on and so forth. That's not true, because the jobs that were created were jobs at companies. And when it comes to fighting poverty, is that the variation is very humble, very timid, in spite of the sizable increase in the families' incomes. However, that increase in income was not accompanied with doing away inequalities, and that is exactly why the Portuguese situation is as is. And finally, the 60% target in vocational training. This has never been as important as it is now. Because right now, what we need to talk about is that without skills, without qualification of workers at companies, their jobs is at risk. Because the disruption AI and robotics are introducing really and effectively threatens jobs. And the only way to responding positively to that threat is to mobilize forces to qualify people, institutions, and companies also, and prepare them for this new economy of AI. AI certainly has its advantages. However, we are at the verge of a financial crisis due to AI. The speculation at the stock market, the stock exchange, has reached a peak that is way higher than what it was in the subprime crisis or the financial crisis of last century. Or there is still a crisis of the bursting of the bubble. Interest in Europe, investments in Europe are guided by AI. These are offered by the American oligarchy, and we do not pay for that. Who is paying this huge costs of AI? Is stock exchange exploitation, because because they cannot pay the costs, they go and get the funding from the financial market. This is a huge risk because, as we all know, the day after is going to be very hard. And that is when AI is going to be at the service of less companies. But what does it mean? And we're going to open the debate. So all this means that we need to add further targets to Porto, or what? What do you think? What do you think is the idea, José Oliveira da Silva? We are, we're working cordless. Well, I believe that we should revisit the targets. However, their very nature is correct. More jobs, better jobs. We can get deeper on that. More combat against inequalities. because fighting poverty is just a part of it. European citizens will not gain if we keep silent in view of the degrading show of wealth accumulation in the hands of a few. Because this goes way beyond whatever happened to date in human history. And we cannot go forward if we do not reorient the qualification of people. Of course, we can discuss the targets, but the main guidelines that were set in 2018-2019 after the Gothenburg summit was a wise decision. And at the time, it was adjusted to the perception of economic and political agents had on these needs. Which, of course, were different in terms of nature, but are somewhat similar in terms of their relevance. We still need to defend jobs. We still need to fight against inequalities to qualify people. So the targets are correct. So the question is to revisit them, but not to add any
I have one more question because, well, first of all, I want to open the floor to all of you because we have little time. I didn't want to interrupt as well these very beautiful statements that we heard here, but I'm sure that you have questions. Estelle, I have one more question for you because you were a bit underlining somehow and as well obviously criticizing the European Commission kindly. So when it comes to the European Parliament and your instruments, what do you think would be needed in order to, well, if you had the majority in the European Parliament, you, the socialists, we, the socialists, what would change in this world?
So I think I will repeat what's already said by Gabi and by my colleague here. We don't have to reinvent the 20 principle of the European Pillar of Social Rights. But, and maybe we have to put target for the 20 principle, not to forget some of them, not to have just 3 targets.
Okay,
and by instance, if you are looking at the first action plan, it was clear. There is also clear engagement for some of those principles. And by instance, new directive, minimum wage, platform worker. So we need the same commitment. So first, we need new regulation, and maybe I will come back. We have to have a kind of actualization of the principle. By instance, we have now big challenge and new challenge. What are we working on? In my committee, Ample, we want a new range of other directives. Which one? First, a directive on AI at the workplace and a better framework for algorithmic management. So to be very simple, we want the same for every worker. That's what Nicolas achieved to make for the platform worker, to protect them against algorithmic management. Second one, we want a just transition directive. Ludovic was there, but we work on this, and we have the first report. What does it mean, just transition directive? We want a right to train, not 60%, but right to train for every worker. And because that's what you mentioned, we have a big challenge facing now, the big transition, and I mentioned 2 big transitions, the digital one, because it's more than necessary than ever to have good training for workers, long life training also for the workers regarding this transition, but also the green transition, because we will need also new qualification, but also the necessary reindustrialization of Europe. We will need new skills on this. Third, we are also, and we also have a report, and we want also a directive, a dedicated directive on subcontracting, because now subcontracting is a kind of exploitation in some sector, construction sector. So we have also to have a kind of, at least, a joint responsibility, liability along the chain to protect the worker of exploitation. And I'm also working hard on this. we want a dedicated directive on psychosocial risk, because now the stress, burnout, harassment, pressure at work, and mental health problem at work is really a pandemic at European level. So we have also to protect workers. So we want dedicated directive, but we also want dedicated funding at the European level.
That was not my question. What are your instruments?
Protecting European Social Fund. We also want money. If we really want to fight child poverty, we want also money for the child guarantee. And as SND, we are fighting to have at least 20 million in the next European budget on this. We want good regulation, maybe new regulation. Social platform maybe already mentioned, but after the minimum wage directive, it would be maybe also time to have a minimum income directive, also to talk about retirement benefits. So we have to work on regulation, on funding, on gender equality. We have to invest also on this. This is one of the big principles, and we are going back on this, and surely with the attack now on the pay transparency directive. So we have to work on youth, we have to work on the intergenerational, and maybe just to finish on this and to remind a little bit what Gabi said. It's good for competitiveness, to have better worker protection, to have better quality job, to have better gender equality is just good for competitiveness. This is also very important for our internal security, because we are talking at the European level about security and external security, but our international security is also this and the social cohesion, and this is also to avoid that people turn to the far right and vote to the far right and the populists, and it was so. And maybe the last word, this is our responsibility, and this is our work as politicians, as trade union, and to mobilize and to work together on this. So
I think on this we are all very clear. Thank you very much that the social cohesion strengthens not only Europe but as well its competitiveness. Are there questions from the audience? I'm happy to open the floor. Please introduce yourself. Keep yourself short. Introduce yourself. Apresentem-se. Nome, instituição e uma pergunta rápida, por favor, para todos. Ok, obrigado.
Eu sou uma anónima. Jurista reformado.
I am anonymous. I have a retired barrister. I worked at the European Commission for a program that no one recalls. That was back in 1987. In 95, the European Council decided it was no longer needed. That was the program Europe Against Cancer. There was an health movement involving the health ministries of all the member states. There was a consensus, a global consensus, getting the support of the American Cancer Society, that's true, but we managed to develop a fantastic program of education for health, for nutrition, preventing smoking. And there was a proposal, a directive indeed, to fight against the advertising cigarettes and two other initiatives for like decreasing nicotine and tar. So we have now youth smoking other things, but back then. But that was a very good struggle. But I'm not going to talk about social, because I've heard, and I'm a socialist. I believe I was born socialist with my father. But my question is the following. We are all socialists in the sense that society has to follow specific principles of human dignity. But we all know that since there is no longer exchange in goods, like I'll give you eggs, you give me veggies or housing or whatever, when we transformed everything in a currency for exchange. It became a sort of visionary, like with the cryptocurrency. I don't even know what it is, what they are. But my question is, what is the European Parliament doing when the ECB works with following coordinates that are far away of the European problems? The idea of European central banks is to regulate the central banks and the stock exchange, and inflation is actually being extremely negative for the investors. We have to know, where do we have socialists in the financial sector with the capacity to actually help the vast majority of society? So my question again is, what is the exchange that the ECB has with the European Parliament? Thank you.
Estelle, já quero se calhar, maybe you want to, well, refer to this question already directly as she transferred to you, so the role and the responsibility of the European Central Bank in these questions.
So I'm not working because in the committee, I think it's the Econ committee who is working on that kind of topic. So I cannot work on everything. I just fight on what I can find on the social one. But it's true that at the moment we ask as socialists to have at least a debate during the last plenary session in Strasbourg, because the ECB decided to rewrite the level. I cannot. Sorry, but my English is not. So it's yeah, they have to respond on this because the impact on the cost of the life of the people will be high. So I think and I hope that my colleague in the Econ committee will that there will be interpellation on this level. So, but that's all that I can say. But I agree totally with what you said.
We keep you informed. Any more questions on this? Yeah, please. We have a microphone over here. Please introduce yourself and ask the question.
Boa tarde, vou falar em português.
Pode, claro, sem problema nenhum.
Well, good afternoon.
Muito bem.
If I am going to speak in Portuguese, I'm Paula Cruz from the Anti-Poverty Network. I would like to bring to put on the table the strategy that we have now. European Parliament approved the report. MEP João Oliveira played an important role in this, and so we have that strategy. That materialized the 6th of May. So, how do you see these two initiatives? That is, this European strategy and the new ideas. Because I mean, we know that these targets are very hard to comply with until 2030. To whom is that question? But I was thinking of Estelle at the European Parliament. We still have the time for one question. Maybe we can bring them all together and have one answer. One for the question. Good afternoon, everybody. I am Nuno Santos from the Socialist Party, and my question is going to be in Portuguese. EU tends to measure its progress through social and economic indicators. But the main goal, if the main goal is to improve the quality of life of citizens, what is the goal is to actually create the idea. How is that going to be in 10 years' time? So that who are you asking that? Well, it's my comrade Vieira da Silva. If we don't have any further questions, Estelle, can you answer the Paula Cruz regarding the poverty target for 2030?
Anti-poverty strategy, we work very closely with your network. but I think I already said a little bit my thoughts about it. It's great to have a new strategy for the eradication of the poverty, because and when we interrogate the Commission, they say that the targets of 2030 won't be reached because we are not going in the right direction. So it's great. It's great to have the ambition to eradicate, but just as I mentioned, without social funding, and regarding the future of ESF, the numbers, I think, for your country, but I know the one for my country, it's less 60%, but and now what do ESF? Helping people to find a job, to have access to training, but also it's the food bank, and it's also all the poverty civil society will lose those money. So without funding, how can we tackle poverty? And the other question is 2050. It's a little bit far away, too easy to come to say it will be impossible in 2030, so it will be for 2050. But without a path and without steps, it will be the same situation. 3 or 4 years before 2050, everybody will say, yes, it's not reasonable, we cannot reach the target. So I think it's quite clear. Anyway, and maybe about the second question, and very brief.
Go ahead, yeah.
What do we want for 2050, and what is our view? So it was already said, nothing is ever granted. So we are a little bit back in the year 90. Now, never is granted. We will always have to fight hard to achieve social issue, social politics, to achieve, to protect workers' rights, and it will be the case anyway, anytime. So we will keep on fighting. I say some steps, I think, regarding regulation, regarding funding, so we will keep on doing that. That's our responsibility.
Maria Elena Andrei wanted to add something to that. The question was for the Camarada Vieira da Silva.
Yeah.
Camarada Vieira da Silva is about to answer in a moment. But directly to what Esther just said.
Eu não quero responder a perguntas que não me foram lançadas, mas
I do not want to answer questions that were not asked to me, but let me remind a couple of important issues. First, going back to discussions in the 1990s is going to a totally different context. Back then, we were building the internal market. We were discussing what were the tools that could bring citizens and workers into this process of European integration. That would lead us to the single currency and so on and so forth. But what we had back then was an international and European context, which was totally different from the one we have today. Thus, to discuss these topics with the challenges that we're faced with today is totally different. So what is at stake today, and let me tell José Antonio that I don't think it's bad to have parallel agendas at the EU level. My problem is that when we have, sometimes we have one agenda that overlaps all the others, and those are the agendas that we were talking about. It's perfect to have a anti-poverty strategy. It's wonderful to have the strategies we have in terms of the response to social pillars. But the issue is, where do we have the means for the implementation of this strategy, and to know whether they are at the same level or if one overlaps the other. The issue is that when we have systems that have to do with the strategies that were not very different from the one we had, and when we have a political program at the EU level and at the states level is totally different today than what it was back then. So I'm worried more with the more encompassing policies rather than in the mess we're amidst. But well, basically, what we're talking about to have the topics and the policies that are more encompassing. That's one thing. Another thing is the tools that we have to measure them. Well, right now, let me take the opportunity and use the word, the question that was asked to Vieira da Silva. And this is, and I'm going to close the debate. The question was the economic and social issues, and the critique by Nuno Santos. And in order to conclude this table, let me ask this question of Porto 2030 is up to you. Not to add more targets, but rather deepen the one we have. Well, the ambition of having an indicator that summarizes everything is an old ambition. I remember in the past there was a French president who created a committee of a wise team to actually establish that, but it seems that the results have not did not get perpetuated because it's a very difficult task in spite of the Wiseman committee. We created, there was a social scoreboard which was very good in terms of measuring issues regarding with different social problems. But I would say the following, risking to be polemic. If I could pick one, and all those silly questions that are asked in TV summer programs, I would choose employment, with a demanding approach of what employment means in society. But to value employment today is even more important than it was in the past, because what we're witnessing is the hardening of an idea that there will be a few that are going to work, and all the rest will live on a basic income. So that's what Musk and many others argue. This is a dystopic view. This is a view stemming from the most extreme novels of the 20th century. I believe the right to work is a fundamental right, and creating rights, the idea of employment for all segments in society and sustainable jobs, that is the best way. Otherwise, there is yet another indicator to actually measure our success, and that is the popular support to our policies. If European population continues to support the integration, the European integration policy, we are on the good path. I know what I'm going to say now will not be most welcomed by you, but let me tell you that we cannot abandon the ambition of building solid majorities in Europe, because there is no political family in the EU which can be the majority for all effects, for all purposes. In a community of 27 countries with different backgrounds and social contexts, we always have to have commitments. However, the battle now is to show how the commitment between the European Popular Party and the extreme right jeopardizes the European model. What happened recently in Portugal was an attempt of a coalition, and it proved that the far right and the current government, and it simply failed simply because they expected the people at large to react very negatively to that kind of coalition. So Europeans and Europe need commitments. But such commitments will have to be grounded on the heritage that we have of social Europe, a competitive Europe, of course, but necessarily the social Europe. And that's exactly why we're here. I'm not implying that for another decade of this pillar, our guidelines are enough. But what we may, at any rate, consider that with more jobs, less inequality, and more qualification, we are certainly in the right path. Well, social Europe is exactly what brings us together, and that's what we discuss with other continents. The idea that the state and society has some responsibility in the major risks of life. I mean, unemployment, disease, whatever. Well, unfortunately, we are running out of time, and we have members of non-Portuguese parliaments who have to catch their flights, and we're still going to close this conference. Let me summarize this, and you may confirm or contradict me. So when we talk about Porto 2030,
but to find more binding enforcement mechanism as well in society, and maybe redefine or specialize the targets that we already have. Yeah, more or less, we agree. It can go together. Yeah. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure to have you here aboard. I will hand over to the master of the days, François.
Thank you so much, Fabian, and again to our speakers for this very insightful conversation. Now we're going to reach the final stage of the day, and for this there is no better person to moderate than Laszlo Andor, the Secretary General of FEPS. Laszlo, you are the master of the ceremony.
Thank you very much, François, especially for using the expression to reach the final, because there was a lot of discussion today about what happened 5 years ago in Porto and what is the important legacy of all this. But when I saw the name of Mario Centeno on the list of speakers, I had to think about what happened 10 years ago. And 10 years ago, I think now in these football weeks, a lot of you remember that Portugal did not only reach the final, but won the championship. But also, very importantly for our topic, Portugal managed to defeat the excessive deficit procedure. And that was a very, very important achievement. And I think it was a kind of turning point about how Europeans think about economic governance, the functioning of the monetary union, what does it mean to have cohesion and convergence, not only nominal, but also real convergence in the European Union. So we learned a lot from this experience. I think we should pay tribute to this policy contribution of Mario Centeno, who, as you know, is a former Minister of Finance, but also a former chair of the Eurogroup and the former governor of the Bank of Portugal. Mario Centeno, the floor is yours. We would like to hear your insights.
Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you for having me. Two issues that I had to settle. First, which language to use. And I decided English. I am an invited person here by FEBS. Laszlo, you all, thank you so much for coming to Porto, and this was the first decision. The second was how someone seen mostly coming from the financial world will speak to a social dimension audience. In my favor, I must say that academically I am closer to your everyday concerns than probably the monetary or financial ones. So that also eases a little bit my tone. But being in the financial world and being progressive is the most difficult task that you can find in Europe. So I'm gonna be optimistic, very optimistic maybe. Sorry for that. And I'll start with a quote of Amanda Gorman in the poem, The Hill We Climb, that she read in the inauguration of Joe Biden, only a short portion of it. That is totally suited for what we just heard. She says, "We are far from polished, far from pristine, but that doesn't mean we are striving to form a union that is perfect. We are striving to forge our union with purpose." This is exactly how we should look to Europe these days. So let me begin with a simple conviction. Europe has much to be proud of. We are not a perfect union. We know that. We know, too, that we still have work to do if we are to combine solidarity with responsibility, integration with resilience, and ambition with prudence. But we should also not allow necessary self-criticism to obscure a larger truth. Over the last decade, Europe has been one of the great, if not the greatest, providers of stability in the world. And that's not only due to Mr. Trump. It's because of what we do in Europe. Europe remains one of the most advanced expressions of democratic, social, and civic progress in modern history. That is why I want to begin by commending the Foundation for European Progressive Studies, especially for the theme chosen for this gathering here in Porto. I'm referring to the decision to place two words side by side, Europe and sovereignty. That is not a minor choice. It is a deep political statement, because European sovereignty is not about retreat. It is not about isolation. And it is not at all about nostalgia. European sovereignty is the capacity to act together, to protect together, and to decide together. It is a result of a long historical journey through war and reconstruction, through dictatorship, Portugal, and liberation, through division and reconciliation. The Europe we know today did not emerge by chance. It was built through struggle, it was built through democratic effort, and it was built through the steady advance of social and political rights that had to be claimed, defended, and institutionalized. Free education for all, universal access to health care, systems of social protection that are both effective and responsible. These achievements were political choices. They don't happen by chance. And they remain political choices today, as we just heard. Even today, there are those who continue to argue, for example, that inequality is somewhat necessary and fundamental for growth. I mean, this is simply not true, as they put it. Europe's history tells us completely otherwise. Europe's history shows that prosperity, freedom, and social cohesion can advance together. That is why European sovereignty matters. Because sovereignty is not only about power, it is about citizenship. It is about preserving the democratic space in which our societies can govern themselves according to their values. We meet today at an important moment. 15 years ago, Europe went through a period in which the welfare state and the progressive tradition that helped to build it was treated as the source of economic weaknesses. The result, as we all remember, was a dictated, coordinated austerity. That strategy did not strengthen Europe. It weakened Europe. It inflicted avoidable hardship on millions and millions of Europeans, and it damaged trust in democratic politics. We should also be clear about another consequence. These policies, they helped open the door to the rise of the far right in mainstream political life. That, too, is part of the legacy of that period. But Europe was able to learn. Before the pandemic, a different understanding had already begun to emerge. A more balanced view, in my opinion. A more European view of what economic governance requires. When the pandemic came, that view prevailed, and Europe was able to put forward the most coordinated, solidary response to the biggest threat that we faced until then. But that didn't happen by accident again. Progressives played an important role in making it possible. In the Eurogroup, in the European Council, in the Commission and in the European Parliament, without our effort, the result would have been way different. But perhaps the most important change was not institutional, it was political. For the first time, many Europeans experienced directly what collective European action could mean in a moment of crisis. They saw the value of unity, they saw the strengths of common institutions, and they saw the euro, yes, our common currency, not as a constraint, but as a source of protection. That mattered a lot. Today, 74% of citizens across the European Union support the euro. Within the euro area, that number is even higher, 83%, is at the highest level ever recorded. I don't see a lack of support for Europe in these numbers. Because sovereignty begins as an institutional fact, but it endures only when it becomes a shared political confidence. A confidence that Europe can act, a confidence that Europe can matter in the world. And if we are serious about European sovereignty, then we must also be serious about Europe's strengths. One of those strengths is the European labor market. For a long time, it was fashionable to describe the European labor market as a rigid, outdated, or incapable of adjustment. The law that did not pass today in the Portuguese parliament was portraying the Portuguese labor market precisely with this sort of comments. But this no longer fits the facts. During the pandemic, Europe preserved employment on a remarkable scale. Again, that was not an accident. That was the result of policy. Europe chose to protect the relationship between workers and firms rather than allow mass dislocation and hope that the market will repair the damage later. Programs such as SURE, financed by common debt issued by the European Commission, worked and helped quite significantly for that purpose. We sustained employment, and we helped preserving the productive capacity of European firms. And that helped Europe emerging from crisis with greater social cohesion. The labor market also recovered quickly. After the decline at the start of the pandemic, the job vacancy rate in the European Union rebounded by 0.6 percentage points. This is quite a large number. We already heard about it. We created 12 million jobs over the crisis period, and especially while facing, as we heard in one of the questions, a sharp increase in the interest rate. And those rates increased very sharply. It was the largest increase in interest rates in such a short period of time in Europe ever. And that damages the capacity to create jobs, to invest. But our labor market proved resilient, continued to create jobs, continued to deliver what we, for many, many years, expected it to do. So the social fabric, in a way, held. Real wages came under pressure, as they did elsewhere. Actually, they fell in Europe, accommodating part of the pressure of inflation. So the labor market helped monetary policy to have an impact, an effect, but the labor market absorbed the shock in a way that only few considered possible not long ago. This was partly because policy coordination occurred. For the first time, Europe was not only politically united in crisis, it was economically coordinated in crisis. That matters. Because it shows that Europe is capable not only of setting rules, but of producing results. Still, we cannot be complacent. Europe faces serious structural challenges. Its labor market needs more workers than current demographic trends can provide. Its economies need higher levels of skills. We still lack, for example, the United States in the share of college graduates in our labor market. And its institutions need to ensure that people who enter the labor market remain attached to it over time. Long-term unemployment, a high share of subsidization, those are problems of the past. Long-term unemployment in Europe fell from 55% in 2014 to close to 30% one decade later. This is a very substantial decrease. So we need to look at the long-term capacity to grow in Europe. Europe does all of this while remains fiscally prudent. We are very conservative. Europeans are truly conservative in fiscal terms. We need to live with it. That is part of its political character. It is part of its institutional design, as you know. Plenty of regulations, treaties, defining every single step of fiscal policy in Europe. And whatever our preferences may be, strategy must begin with reality. My own experience in European policy making taught me that progress is often made not by denying this reality, but by working within it. That too is part of the European method. Europe moves when it builds legitimacy. Europe advances when it combines ambition with trust. And Europe succeeds when it proves in practice that common action delivers common benefit. That is why evaluating Next Generation EU and showing the importance it had financially, economically, and socially to Europe is so important. In the 21st century, two indicators tell most of the story when we compare the United States and Europe. The United States public debt increased by 73 percentage points since year 2000. European by 17. The United States put massive amount of money in its economy. That is not sustainable, but in the short term, that has a big impact on growth. But still, when we look at GDP per capita, Europe trails the United States by the smallest of the margins that we can possibly measure, 0.1% annually since year 2000. Of course, over the period of 25 years, this is something. But it's not that Europe trails the US economically, as many try to convince us. So Europe should learn from others, but not imitate blindly. Its strength lies elsewhere. It lies in the quality of its institutions, in the debates we have. It lies in its unique social model. It lies in its ability to preserve cohesion while adapting to change. Again, this is clearly shown in the numbers of the support for European institutions broadly that the Eurobarometer shows. It reached 52%. 52% of Europeans say they tend to trust the European Union, which is simply not a big number, but it's the highest number since 2007. We should build in this political asset, because this is a political asset. And in the world we now face, it is a strategic asset too. We are living through a period of geopolitical rivalry, geoeconomic fragmentation, and strategic uncertainty. We are never sure of what is going to happen with the big decisions tomorrow. And in this world, Europe cannot be content simply to remain stable. It must also become more capable. We need to continue to reinforce, as Amanda Gorman said for the US, for us to build a union with a purpose, a social purpose, that is more coherent. And we shall not imitate. That doesn't fit the European strategy. So, to conclude, Europe must deepen the political and institutional foundations of its own model. It's our model. It's not anyone else's model. It must sustain common investment. To sustain common investment, we must finance it with common instruments. A safe asset, it's what we call it in financial terms. We need to continue with what we did during COVID and to have debt issued jointly in Europe. And we need to use this money to build a central fiscal capacity. Without a central fiscal capacity, the answer to Estelle problems will never, ever be solved. The defense problem is the same thing. Every common goal, and that's sovereignty, that's integration, and that's what in my opinion, we should put all our efforts. The lesson of recent years is not that Europe should become something else, but this. Europe is a democratic union. My first statement when I was president of the Eurogroup always started as follows. I am the chair of then 19 mature democracies. This is what Europe is made of. We are a democratic union with the largest social dimension in every bloc in the world. No other bloc can compete with us for that. Adding sovereignty to this would be my dream day. So thank you again. And I think very profoundly that this is a progressive task, and that is one of the greatest responsibilities in our times. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Maria, for this truly insightful and inspirational speech. You summed up a lot of lessons from, I think, more than just 15 years, but a longer history of the economic and social governance. And to continue kind of closing and concluding thoughts, I would like to invite two colleagues on stage representing the co-organizers. Pedro Silva Pereira, President of Fundación República, who is also a former MEP, and Valesca Hesse, who is the Director of the Friedrich Ebert Stiftung, Spain and Portugal. So please take your seat. And really, the only question from me to both of you, Valesca, maybe you want to start. What is your takeaway? How would you conclude? What are the most interesting points you would like to highlight in closing? You need the equipment, right? Yes. Does it work? Does it not work? Press the button.
Yes, now it's working. Okay, thank you. So thank you very much for the opportunity. And I know it's been a long day, so I'll try also to be brief. But thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. Yeah, what is my takeaway? I think my takeaway is that these kind of events are really important, and this event especially. Not only because of the agenda, because of what we heard, kind of the content, the excellent speakers, but I think also because it leaves us a bit more inspired, a bit more motivated, also a bit more self-reassured that we are not alone, that we are, I mean, at least all the people in this room, but even many more working on these topics, that we are not crazy or irresponsible, as many would like to, or some would like to frame us, but that there is a lot of evidence now that the foundation of European prosperity after Second World War was social partnership and social cohesion, and that at ETUC put it this morning, competitiveness and social rights are just two sides of the same coin, no? And that they are not incompatible with each other. And for me, actually, the event here relates also quite a lot to another big event we had this year, the GPM, the Global Progressive Mobilization in Barcelona. I think some of the people who are here were there as well. And actually, I mean, it was not called Social Europe, but we discussed a lot of these topics, and it all boiled down to this in the end. And I think one big takeaway also from GPM is that we need more courage, no? And I was also think that this is, and progressive parties and actors need more courage to implement the right social policies. So this to the event, and maybe a bit, for me, the other big takeaway, when this morning Roxana Minsatu said, how do we connect this with the people? No, I think this is other, I mean, it came out a bit also of the audience, we are sitting here, but how does this connect with real people's life? And I had to think about the last time I took an Uber in Lisbon, but it could have happened probably in Madrid and other cities. So I started to chat with the Uber driver, and we talked about pastel de nata, and he said, oh, do you know, actually, I'm a white-collar worker at a famous pastry factory. And I was like, oh, wow, okay, so that's actually your second job. And he said, yes, of course, otherwise I cannot make ends meet. No, I have 2 daughters, the public health is really bad, that, so I want to pay for private insurance, education if they want to study. So I think that's also the kind of people we have to look out for, because he's not poor, so the fight against the strategy against poverty, that's not for him. He's not targeted with that, but he's afraid of getting poor. And I think that's what's more worrisome, even I think. And I think that's the kind of people we also have to target with the social Europe, because that's where the frustration also then comes from. We talked also about, I think Elisa Ferreira mentioned this, no, against the system, and that's then how populist party also managed to rise on this. So I think that's also important to take away, that it's not only the fight against poverty, but it's also to see, okay, people are really afraid of getting poor, no? And what can we do about that? So for me, that would be really the most important questions is how do we move on from here? How do we get the message on the street? How can we start a broad societal debate about the use of AI? I think this came in every debate AI came about, and we already discussed yesterday in another forum that we actually need a new development model, no, coming with AI. I think also first and foremost in Germany, we can see that our current model based on cheap energy, on export, and is not working anymore. So we need debates about this. What is the new model we want to have, and how can we combine economic models with social security? And that's, I really liked, Maria said this several times also, we already talked about it yesterday, how can we build political majorities for this, no? Because it also came across several times that at the moment in the EU Commission and the EU Parliament, social democratic parties are not at their strongest, so it's very difficult to influence the agenda, no? So how can we convince voters? How can we tell them, if you want a social Europe, then you have to vote social democratic parties, because that's the ones who will bring you social Europe. And there I see an important role also for FES, for FEPS and the other foundations in organizing this kind of events, but also maybe be a bit, like a thorn in the skin of this party, like saying, you have to do this, no? You have to be more convincing towards or deliver towards the voters. If you allow me one last word to thank, I would really like to thank the organizers behind the scenes especially. I mean, there's a lot of visible things here, but there are also a lot of invisible things that have been done, that happened behind the scenes while we are all sitting here. So really a big, big thank you to the team that organized this year. I'm very, very impressed. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Pedro, would you like to take over? Do you think we managed to revive the spirit of Porto? What do you think we succeeded in, and do you see any deficit still?
Well, I will start by declaring a divergence with Mário Centeno, because he chose to speak in English, but I will speak in Portuguese. Okay. Eu acho que, em primeiro lugar,
First and foremost, I would like that for Res Publica Foundation is a big pleasure to partner with FEPS and Friedrich Ebert and other partners to get together here in Porto with this main goal, that is to revive the spirit of Porto. I would say that the first issue, and I'm not going to draw any conclusions about this conference, but what I would like to underscore is the importance of that summit in Porto, not only from the historical political standpoints, but because it proved to be a different model, a different and inspiring model, because it brought together different European institutions at the highest level, with the level of commitment that is quite sizable, and also brought together social partners along. And this was important, it was innovative, and it should inspire us for the future. Secondly, we took stock of progress achieved, and we looked into the future. And I think that from that standpoint, I would like to register the progress achieved, and Mario Centeno very specifically underscored that because that's a part of the European project. But I would also like to discuss the limitations for implementation. One clear conclusion of this conference is the recognition of serious difficulties to implement this. The executive deputy president, Roxana, recognized that, in particular in the fields of vocational training and in terms of attaining job quality in many sectors, we are still faced with some problems. And it's not only a matter of targets, but rather the directives that we've approved. There have been some implementation problems. Then let me add the following, and as Dylan would say, times are changing, and of course the times are changing, and there is a change in the European panorama, and this is not good news for social Europe. There is a relationship between different political forces we cannot ignore, and that threatens the political commitments based on which progressive Europeans to attain solutions for the future for that very basic idea of a social Europe. That is in crisis as a result of this change of the relationship of forces. And it's also, we're at a time when Europe is faced with added challenges. First and foremost, competitiveness because of the changes in geopolitics and geoeconomy at the global level. And on the other hand, in view of the challenges of issues or security-related issues. Both of these are threats to social Europe because on the right wing side there is an idea about deregulating the global economy, and at the budget level there is this idea that if you cut budgets then you can invest in defense. So there is a change in terms of relationship of forces at a time when we have to make very serious choices. Then another important issue that was discussed today and already yesterday was to know what is the progressive people's response. Of course, there has to be some defensive attitude on the response of the progressive, because what is at stake is that we have to underscore the importance of the European social model because it is the very core of European construction. However, this defensive attitude, which leads us to take stance about the deregulation, about the FFF, the MFF, is not enough to actually face the threats that we have ahead. This means to fight for a vision of social progress, not only in terms of the rights that have been achieved, but also those that are yet to be achieved in the critical times ahead. We have already started we already put on the agenda the issue of accessible housing. European instances cannot be insensitive to that. All throughout the day, we also discussed the migrant integration and family regrouping. I mean, there has to be legal systems that will function. And this has also has to be a part of the social Europe. But there are yet two other aspects I would like to underscore amidst so many others. The one is the issue of digital for this main transformation in global economies. That entails implications regarding workers' rights. We were talking about the directive on AI in the labor market, vocational training, time or labor time, conciliation with the family life, regulation, which is necessary, and the issue of production of AI in the European context. I don't know whether I can quote in a progressive meeting, quote a pope. We have quoted Pope Francis before about inequality and poverty, so it makes sense what Pope Leon has just said, not only about AI and its dangers, but the question he asks, which is, who has at the end of the day, the power to guide AI. And in fact, the power of current and modern society is no longer in the states, where we could make them accountable for that. This power has been transferred to gigantic oligarchic monopolies, and that in itself is a danger that forces us to recover our strategic sovereignty. And this is also connected with another issue, which is inequality. What we've been witnessing with this increasing inequality created by the technological giants of digital world is a scandal. I don't see anything better for progressive people than to grab the flag of struggle against inequality. I think this is a huge task we have ahead. And I conclude by saying that I hope that this conference has also helped to clarify which side we stand on. What is our struggle? Where do we want to get to? And the goal is social Europe. Thank you.
Thank you very much to both of you for these concluding thoughts, but also for the excellent cooperation to make this conference happen. We are almost at the very end of the program. I would like to allocate still half a minute to Mario and half a minute to myself. Mario, you warned us against, let's say, naively thinking about the US model, whether it comes to economics or otherwise, but I think you still gave us an inspiration to think about one element of the US model, which we should not copy, but follow the Hamiltonian. We have been speaking about this Hamiltonian for do you think we are getting closer?
Well, I think we experienced it already. So it's not a matter of we need to do it. We already have it. And many, quite often, posso mudar para português só para não ficar aqui atrás?
I will change into English. So now I'm going to speak in Portuguese, the speaker says. We have been there. We did it. 2020 was a year of major decisions regarding this issue. Quite often, it is said that this was only one-off thing. It was a short-term experiment, but that is not true, because it's going to take us over 30 years to repay that debt. And over 30 years, or more than 30 years, we will be struggling with the MFF in order to get the funds to repay that debt. We are going to exhaust the debates, to pay one single decision. Why was this the case, and why was this depleted, and what is the problem with this model? When we suffer a shock, the worst solution mechanism for such shock is to try and address it that very moment. That was a mistake that we addressed in in the financial crisis. We tried to solve everything through austerity. But in this solution in 2020, we managed to create a gap in the level of response to the pandemic. And we managed to get into the solution the benefit of allocating these funds to goals that were more important. And that was the best answer that one can give to an economic shock. What we're faced with now is challenges that may be bigger or smaller shocks. That is, we're talking about energy, as was mentioned here, and we have to get together and join efforts through a joint financial response to implement a centralized budget at the EU level for common responses, because that is the path that is going to make Europe to be more Europe. The US, as Hamilton pointed out, have been doing so for over 200 years. And when you look at inequality between, American states, we see that that is very much smaller than the inequality between European states. And from the economic standpoint, the reason for this to be as is because the central budget mechanism reduces inequalities between regions or between countries, something that today we cannot do in Europe.
Thank you so much. I know there is always something else to be added and the deeper discussion could start, but we have to end, and I thank you all for the contributions and also the cooperation with not only Friedrich Ebert Stiftung and Respublika, but also Solidar, the Johannes Mikkelsen Center and Pro Forum. I think the lesson, if I can just connect with the latest point, indeed that without cohesion and solidarity, we can't have a resilient Europe, which is also competitive, which is also sovereign. All this needs to be connected, and we have to work in the coming period to promote concrete policy ideas and solutions at the EU level, but also within nation states to make this more convincing also for the citizens. It's not enough to talk, but also to implement as much as we can out of this. I thank the colleagues who organized. And we'll continue to work on the communication. We collected a lot of materials, recordings, which will go out in the coming period. There are always more people watching online, and the follow-up presentations which we will disseminate, and hopefully they will also benefit from all the thoughts and analysis which has been our experience today and yesterday. I also thank the interpreters. And I'm glad they also helped all of us to understand each other and have this constructive discussion. Today, I wish you a very nice weekend and a safe journey home. Some of you traveled a lot. That's particularly appreciated that we really had a genuine international conference for many, many countries of Europe. And indeed, the idea of social Europe, I think we'll always have a safe home in Portugal. I think that we can rely on. Thank you.